Chapter 674. On the shore, Chun Yaozu and the rest looked at the demons warily. Fong Ping said carelessly, "Big demons, you can go to the mountain path platform now. I will open the boundary wall later and let all big demons enter the heavenly palace." Fong Ping said for a while and ignored the demons. He had to be patient at the crucial moment. What was the hurry? What was there to be afraid of? It was not the first time he had done something like asking a tiger for its skin. The demons had intelligence, but that was it. Now that they were all dead, the demons had done their job. There was no hurry to bother with them. As the young master, he still had to show some respect. The demons did not seem to have any objections. Soon the demons dispersed. Seeing Fong Ping's bossy attitude, Chen Yaozu looked at him again. Amazing! He had only been away for 15 years, and there was such a powerful young martial artist in the outside world. Chen Yaozu did not care about the demons. He looked at the Forbidden Sea and said with mixed feelings, he died just like that. He and Feng Juqing had been fighting for too many years. Their strength was equal. But now, Feng Juqing, a powerhouse who had walked a long way on the rank 9 path, died just like that. Chun Yaozu did not know what to think. The enemy died so easily that he thought he was dreaming. Fong Ping smiled. "Old Chin, he's dead. Everyone can leave the boundary zone. Isn't that a good thing?" "It's a good thing. I just think. Chun Yaozu did not know what to say. He just felt that it was too easy. None of the 6 Qin family members died. Although it was not appropriate to say this, when he saw Feng Juqing and the others coming today, he was prepared to die. The other Qin family members might not even have 1 or 2 survivors. Moreover, they might not win. But now, not only did they win, but they also killed all the enemies. The Qin family members were all alive, and all of this was Fong Ping's credit. It could be said that Fong Ping chuckled. "Old Qin, don't worry about it. It's just a few rank 9s. Cough, cough." Beside him, Old Wong coughed softly. Fong Ping came to a sudden realization. I'm full of myself. I didn't kill them. Why am I full of myself? That's not right. I killed 2 rank 9s. Fong Ping exhaled slightly. I did kill 2 rank 9s. I've even killed the Rose City Lord before. Last time, I even tricked the Sky Gate City Lord to death. Many rank 9s have died in my hands. This time, only a few rank 9s died. It was nothing. Fong Ping stopped thinking about this. He chuckled and said, "Old Chin, let's not talk about this anymore. They're dead. Feng Juqing has been dragged into the Forbidden Sea. They're doomed. The token was probably buried with him as well. In fact, even if they had the token, let's not talk about whether they could enter or not. Even if they could, I don't think they could get anything. There really were experts in the domain of domains. So after this, Elder Chen and the rest can leave the domain. I still have to thank you, little friend." Chen Yaozu was also filled with emotions and a bit embarrassed. He sighed and said, "Unfortunately, this old man is still incompetent. In the end, I couldn't kill Feng Juqing in time. This time I angered King Feng. We're enemies to begin with. It's nothing." Fong Ping said disapprovingly, "It's not like there's one more Maple King. The last time King Huai personally went into the Outland, he couldn't wait to swallow me up, but I was fine too. Last time at the King battlefield, a large number of true monarchs gathered, and all of them wanted to kill me immediately. I also returned safely. Elder Chin, there's no need to take this matter to heart. For martial artists of my generation, it's a good thing to be hated by our enemies. If our enemies don't even want to hate us, then our lives are too boring." Chen Yaozu. At this moment, Chen Yaozu did not know what to say. It sounded very reasonable. But you're only a rank 7. Is it normal to be hated by a large number of true monarchs? This old man is already a rank 9. Yet I don't see many true monarchs hating me. After killing King Feng's son, King Feng doesn't seem to be as angry as before. Chen Yaozu swept a glance at Fong Ping. Were all the martial artists outside like this now? Or was this kid special? But looking at Wang Jinyang and the rest, they did not seem to be easy to deal with. I've only been out for more than 10 years. Are all Sino Nation martial artists like this? Chen Yaozu did not know what to feel. The Sino Nation martial arts world seemed to have undergone earth-shattering changes. These old antiques like him were really out of touch with the times. Fang Ping did not care about these. Very quickly, he said, "Elder Qin, now that the Forbidden Catacombs is in the middle of a war, we have to leave immediately." As soon as he mentioned this, Qin Yaoding said hurriedly, "Then let's go too." But, Fang Ping, are we really not going to care about this place? Don't worry about it. Seeing that he wanted to go too, Fang Ping did not say anything. Having 2 rank 9s to help was a good thing. Moreover, Chen Yaozu's ability was very strong. Previously, when 2 rank 9s were fighting against 4 rank 9s, Chen Yaozu could beat a few of them to a standstill. Among them was a powerhouse like Feng Jiuqing, who was much stronger than Old Wu and Old Wu. If he went to help, he would be comparable to a few average weak rank 9s. Fang Ping said as he walked toward the side of the plank road, "There's nothing underground here in the boundaries. There are only some empty buildings. Even if they go in, they can't move them away. Above the Heavenly Palace, there are really unparalleled powerhouses. Even if a paragon comes, it's hard to say. But if a paragon really comes, we can't stop him either. So don't bother about this side. Those demons, Fang Ping, will definitely do what I promised. I'll open the boundary wall and send them in. If these demons go in to cultivate, won't it cause the powerhouses inside to be unhappy?" Chen Yaozu was a little worried. As for the fact that there were powerhouses in the boundaries, although he did not know about this, he was not surprised that there had been outbursts of pressure in the boundaries before. After living for almost 300 years, he knew a lot of things. The only thing that was a little surprising was that Fang Ping and the rest encountered it and were actually fine. Could it be that the seniors in the boundaries had really taken a fancy to them and accepted them as their successors? At this moment, Chen Yaozu was even more curious about Fang Ping. These few people had somewhat overturned his impression of martial artists. It made him a little self-doubtful. The neo-martial arts era was developing so quickly. Was he really so behind the times? Fang Ping did not care about what he thought. He said casually, "I don't know. It depends on luck." Everyone was speechless. Depends on luck? If you don't know, you just told those demons to send them to the Heavenly Palace, to the Lake of Eternal? After a while, Fang Ping and the rest returned to the platform. At this moment, there were many demons gathered on the platform. Not only the 8 demons, but there were also some. With a dignified expression, Fang Ping said loudly, "Only the 8 great demons who participated in the battle previously can enter. Otherwise, if too many demons enter and disturb the old ancestors' cultivation, that would be a sin. If the old ancestor is angry, all the great demons have also felt the old ancestors' pressure earlier. I can't bear the consequences. If anything happens, I won't be responsible." As soon as these words were said, the 8 demons all roared fiercely. "Chase away those demons who rushed over." Fang Ping said again, "All the great demons who can't enter, don't worry. In the future, everyone can come here to cultivate and wait for the energy tide eruption that occurs once every 3 months. When the old ancestor's cultivation is over and he's in a good mood, maybe he will also accept some great demons into the Heavenly Palace to cultivate. Of course, all of you also have your obligations. From today onwards, if there are catacombs here, which is also what you call people from God's land who come here, you must chase and kill them. If I come here again next time, maybe I will also talk to the old ancestor about allowing the demons to enter and cultivate here. Now, I'm going to open the boundary wall. All the great demons who can enter, please leave the platform first to avoid any misunderstandings." Roar! Many of the demons were extremely jealous, roaring. Above Fang Ping's head, the crystal book shone even more brilliantly. He shouted, "Everyone retreat! Otherwise, if the old ancestor is angry, all your years of hard work will go up in flames." Roar! Although they were unwilling, the demons on the platform still retreated quickly. They also did not dare to trespass into the true king's territory. The 8 demons who stayed were wild with joy. Fong Ping sympathized in his heart. "You guys insisted on going in. I didn't force you guys. You can't blame me if you go in and get killed." Without further thought, Fong Ping's Green Bull sect leader's aura erupted. The tokens shone brightly. With a roar, the gatehouse began to shake. Just as Fong Ping erupted, in the bounded zone, Heavenly Palace in the main hall, the apparition that disappeared before suddenly appeared. 2 glaring divine lights seemed to penetrate the boundary wall, seeing everything. When he saw the neo-martial era martial artist who had just been sent away, opening the gateway again, and he was actually mingling with the demons outside. At this moment, the apparition seemed a little more illusory. Dazed, what was he going to do? The things in the outer sect had all been moved away. In the inner sect, the cultivation techniques that he needed before were also given. Did he still want to come? Without waiting for the apparition to think too much, in the next moment, Fong Ping, together with Old Wang and the others outside the boundary wall, roared and opened a small hole in the boundary wall. "Great demons, the old ancestor is meditating inside. Everyone, be quiet. Don't disturb the old ancestor. When you guys have succeeded in your cultivation and become demon kings, I'll come and get you guys out." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping motioned for Qinyaozu and the others to quickly squeeze these demons inside. He could not hold on any longer. Not only was the opening troublesome, the key was the boundary wall seemed to be resisting, not letting him open it. Anyway, after sending these demons inside, there was nothing else to do. Outside the main hall of the Heavenly Palace, the apparition must have heard these. For a moment he was even more dazed. Who was the old ancestor he mentioned? Why did he send these demons inside? The apparition also had some understanding of the demons here. Why would they coexist peacefully with these people? No. When he saw the demon that had already stretched its head inside, the apparition even felt a wave of emotion. Excitement? Gratitude? Good person? For a moment, the apparition could not make a judgment. And this did not stop Fong Ping from continuing to stuff demons inside. In the blink of an eye, a demon squeezed in, a second, a third. Suddenly, the apparition did not know what to do. Outside the boundary wall, Fong Ping forced all 8 demons inside, panted, and then said with a nervous expression, "Let's go! If the seniors inside are angry, we'll be in trouble too. Let's take advantage of now and leave first. It'll be fine if the demons are killed, but if they're thrown out, we'll be in big trouble." If these demons were thrown out, Fong Ping had no doubt that these demons would chase him until he wished he was dead. Deceiving demons. Hearing what he said, Qinyaozu was nervous. Run. If they did not run now, if it was really like what Fong Ping said, when the time came, all the demons in the boundary zone would come for them. "Let's go." Qinyaozu did not hesitate anymore. With a low shout, he led the Qin family and ran down the plank road. It was a little scary, but also a little exciting. He had fought with the Maple King's people for so many years, but it was not as exciting as today. In less than a day's time, how many things had happened? Fong Ping and the others entered the boundary zone, seemed to have gotten something, and killed Feng Jiuqing, 3 other rank 9s and 3 rank 8s. Now that Fong Ping had stuffed demons into the boundary zone, it was very likely that they would be hunted by the seniors in the boundary zone, hunted by the demons. The Maple King was still waiting outside. He had no doubt that when they went out later, the Maple King might be waiting there. He hoped that his father could stop them. Otherwise, the enraged Maple King would tear them apart. Thinking of this, Qinyaozu became even more nervous. Fong Ping did not think so much. He was actually not too worried about the nameless powerhouse in the boundary zone getting angry. At least he was not too worried that the powerhouse would come out. If he really wanted to come out, he would have come out long ago. As for the demons, the probability of them being killed was higher. At this moment, Fong Ping was already discussing other things. While running along the plank road, Fong Ping said, "If we go to the Forbidden Catacombs, will we make it? If we go out, we still have to go to Capital City. The war won't end, right?" Wang Jinyang was a little uncertain. "You really want to go?" "Of course." Fong Ping said with certainty, "If I go, I can at least be the logistics. That's still okay, right? If I don't go, then we'll suffer heavy losses in this war. That's not worth it." Wang Jinyang said with a headache, "If you go, aren't you afraid of incurring the true king's wrath and crossing ranks to join the war?" Fong Ping scratched his head. "I don't think so. It's not impossible." Li Han Song said gloomily, "You've offended the Maple King to death. The Huai King did the same last time. If we go out now, the Maple King might bring the remaining 3 god generals to the 18 southern regions to find trouble with you. Fong Ping, why don't you not go?" Sino Nation was already in a difficult situation. If you went, even if the Maple King did not join the war, he would still bring the remaining 3 god generals to join the war. Wouldn't that provoke 3 more rank, 9 powerhouses for Sino Nation? Fong Ping was speechless. Even if I don't go, the Maple King might do it. 4 rank 9s and 3 rank 8s died all at once. There's also his son. How can he not take revenge on humans? At this time, Qin Yaozu nodded and said, "Everyone, it's better to think about how to deal with other powerhouses when we leave the boundary zone. Shishan Catacombs is the Maple King's territory after all. If we go out now, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. I even suspect that after we go out, there will be rank 9s who will intercept and kill us. And not just one." As soon as these words came out, the few of them sobered up instantly. Fong Ping swallowed, looking at old Wang and the rest. After a while he said embarrassedly, Before, Grandmaster Fong, you said we can bring 1 or 2 rank 9s back. He can handle it. Now, will he bring even more now?" The few of them were silent. Who knew? Although there were not many cities in the Shishan Catacombs, and they were very far from Shishan City, who knew if they would turn out in full force? Fong Ping gritted his teeth. "If it really doesn't work, then we'll wait and see. Old Chin, if there are really rank 9s surrounding us, you and Senior 7 are also here. In addition to Grandmaster Fong Yu, 3 to 5 rank 9s are nothing. If there are more than 5, the few of you can think of a way to gather them together. It's best to surround them in the middle. When that time comes, I'll activate the Division Chief's mentality avatar and see if I can kill them. Even if I can't kill them, it's enough to seriously injure them. When that time comes, the few of you can attack and kill them. Maybe the Purple Catacombs hasn't been destroyed yet. Let's destroy the Shishan Catacombs first." Fong Ping licked his lips and said, "The Shishan Catacombs has 8 cities and 16 rank 9s. The Monster Plant Clan has 5 cities. If a war breaks out suddenly, the Monster Life Clan will definitely not attack. That's only 10 rank 9s. If 4 to 5 rank 9s gather and get injured by the Division Chief's mentality avatar, Old Chin and the rest can kill them in time. Maybe we can really destroy the Monster Plant Clan in the Shishan Catacombs. Say, do you want to try?" The Purple Catacombs hasn't been conquered yet. Let's conquer the Shishan Catacombs first? No. Everyone said in unison. Qin Yaozu's face turned green. Mother asterisk her, who was this kid? Qin Yaozu said hurriedly, "There might be a great battle." If both sides don't agree and start a war hastily, the Catacombs' true king will cross the border to fight. Fong Ping, you must not act rashly. As he said that, Qin Yaozu was a little frightened. These few kids, no, who is this kid Fong Ping? A rank 7 who could destroy the catacombs at the drop of a hat. This old man's heart was about to jump out of his chest when he acted together with him. Not only Qin Yaozu, but everyone in the Qin family had a strange look on their faces. Only 10 rank 9s? How could Fong Ping say such words? After all, even including Fong Yu, there were only 3 rank 9s in the Shishan catacombs. The mentality avatar of a paragon was not as powerful as Fong Ping thought. Even if a martial king was stronger than the average paragon, his mentality avatar could only kill and injure 2 or 3 rank 9s at most, even if he could finish off the other party in time. But there were still 7 or 8 rank 9s. Did he really think that Fong Yu and the other rank 9s were made of iron? Each of them could fight 1 against 2 against 3? Chun Yaozu could not take it anymore. He said hurriedly, "Young friends, it seems like you can restrain your aura. Restrain your aura and return to Shishan City, quietly. Little 7, the rest, and I will leave the bounded domain to attract the Maple King's attention. My father is still at Mount Royal Sea. He won't let the Maple King enter the bounded domain to attack us, as long as he can't find you young friends. The Maple King won't start a war with my father. When we get rid of the trouble, we'll return to Shishan City and meet up with you." At this moment, Chen Yaozu really felt that it was safer this way. If he followed these few fellows, he might get into trouble. Fong Ping was a little embarrassed. "I was just joking. Did you take it seriously? I'm not stupid. Why would I rashly start a war at this time? I saw that everyone was nervous, so I made a joke to let everyone relax a little." Fong Ping sighed. He did not say much. Another mass of imperishable substance appeared in his hand and passed it to Qin Yaozu. He said, "Old Qin is right. If I go with you, the Maple King might really attack. Then we'll return to Shishan City first. Old Qin, you guys be more careful. If the enemies are too strong and there are too many of them, remember to run to Shishan City. The division chief's split body is more or less useful. Besides, I can also help the seniors a little. It can also reduce the pressure. Don't think that the Maple King won't continue if something happens to the few of you. If something really happens to the few of you, the Maple King will think that it's an opportunity. He might invade Shishan City on a large scale. We understand. Don't worry." Chun Yaozu nodded. He breathed a sigh of relief. "I'd rather fight a few rank 9s than continue walking with you, kid. What if you suddenly have the idea to attack the royal city halfway?" Little did they know that Fong Ping had already destroyed 2 royal cities. Attacking the royal cities seemed to be more frequent. At the same time, just as Fong Ping and the rest were preparing to leave the bounded domain, Forbidden Catacombs, Mount Royal Sea, Zhang Tao looked at Shishan in surprise. Over there, the Maple King's pressure had almost covered thousands of miles. He was furious to the extreme. What was old ancestor Qin doing? He had provoked the Maple King to this extent. Old ancestor Qin. "Oh, old ancestor Qin, this is not a suitable time to start a fight. Why can't you just bear with it? Your strength is not that great. Don't go overboard." Zhang Tao felt helpless. Old ancestor Qin was not him. If he provoked the King Huai would not dare to fight him. But old ancestor Qin's strength. Honestly speaking, it was just SOO. The Maple King was not afraid of him. The catacombs' true king also cared about his reputation. It was not that his strength was not as good as yours. If you provoked him too much, it would only take a blink of an eye to start a fight with you. While Zhang Tao was thinking, at this moment, a roar that shook the void was heard. "Where's Fong Ping?" At this moment, over at the Shishan catacombs, the Maple King did not sense Fong Ping's aura. Although he had not seen Fong Ping before, Fong Ping was obviously not a member of the Qin family. At this moment, he sensed the Qin family's aura. Where was Fong Ping? Had he not come out yet? He wanted to wait for Fong Ping to come out so that he could kill his way into the outskirts. It did not matter even if he had to fight with the Chen family's old ancestor. Even if his son had to die, he had to send the message that Fong Ping must be killed. Actually, he knew about Fong Ping. His grandson had mentioned this before. One of his most outstanding grandsons had died in Fong Ping's hands. His other grandson was also emotionally unstable and extremely gloomy when Fong Ping was mentioned. Now, even his most outstanding son wanted him to kill Fong Ping. The Maple King knew that there must be a reason. However, at this moment, he did not sense Fong Ping coming out. What a peerless sense could sense was energy and vitality. It was not something that could be sensed easily. He kept staring at the edge of the forbidden sea tributary. He discovered the Chun family, but he did not notice any outsiders. He would not sense a few stones crossing the river. "Where's Fong Ping?" "Bastard! Fong Ping, I'll be waiting for you." In his rage, the Maple King did not care about the Chin family at all. Very quickly, he began to summon a few god generals under his command and some Shishan catacombs castellans. Forget about the human cities, go to the forbidden sea tributary, and wait there. Guard! When Fong Ping came out, he must kill him. At the crucial moment, he could even fight himself. The voice was extremely loud and furious. In the forbidden catacombs, Zhang Tao's eyes were dull. "Fong Ping, mother asterisk her, what's wrong with this kid?" The Maple King could not restrain his anger. He looked like he was going to kill him. Did Fong Ping dig up his ancestral grave? Not only Zhang Tao, but the Huai King, who was not far away, was also stunned. Fong Ping again. That little B asterisk starred again. That little B asterisk starred actually ran to the 17th Southern Territory. At this moment, the Huai King wanted to go to the 17th Southern Territory to take a look. However, seeing that the war in the 18 Southern Territories was not over, he was worried that the shameless King Wu would secretly hurt him after he left. For a moment, the Huai King was a little irritated. Since he could not go to the 17th Southern Territory, he could not let Fong Ping feel better. "Huai Yu, what are you pieces of trash doing? Kill Li Chongshen. Kill him at all costs." The Huai King was furious. Was it difficult for 6 god generals to kill a rank 8? A bunch of useless things. They were actually led around for half a day. Were the god generals of the divine land so useless now? Each generation was worse than the previous. If he ended the war earlier, he could go to the 17th Southern Territory. Why did he have to wait here? Beside him, Zhang Tao did not say a word. He felt a little helpless now. Here, Li Chongsheng was being chased by 6 god generals and was drinking life essence like water. What was Fong Ping doing over there? Also, that B asterisk starred Fong Ping had provoked so many true kings. I can't take it anymore. If one day these true kings wanted to kill him, I might not be able to stop them. Could it be that Fong Ping really entered the bounded domain and was discovered by the Maple King's people? Zhang Tao was a little confused. As for his mentality avatar, he really could not sense it. They were separated by a cave. Who knew what was going on? If he was also in the 17th Southern Territory, he might be able to sense something. If Fong Ping had entered the bounded domain, then there would be a reason. Chapter 675. Shishan Catacombs. Fong Ping, who had just crossed the Forbidden Sea, also heard the Maple King's angry roar. Fong Ping put on an innocent face and scolded, "I didn't kill Feng Jiuqing. You're just a true king and you're still holding a grudge against me? Is that all a true king can do?" The few of them were speechless. Stop talking nonsense and leave quickly. If they did not run now, the Maple King would really charge in, and a great battle would erupt. At the same time, Shishan City. Grandmaster Fong, you swallowed his saliva imperceptibly. F***ck, it's fine if I ask this kid to bring 1 or 2 rank 9s back. Yes, the pinnacle was also rank 9. But don't trick an old man like that. Fong, you was a little scared. He had heard of them in the past, but he did not believe them. No, he felt that they would not be such a jinx, provoking people wherever they went. How could Ju Feng be so easily provoked? He was outside of Imperial Sea Mountain, but he had really provoked him. How did you do it? He had been overseeing the West Mountain for many years, but he had never had any dealings with Ju Feng. It had only been about 7 or 8 hours since Fong Ping and the others had entered. Was he going to fight with the absolute peak, just like that? The old man wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Guardian Qin, you have to hold on. I can't hold on for much longer. At this moment, a voice rang out. Go to the outskirts of the bounded domain and kill Fang Ping. Previously, in order to prevent the powerhouses here from assisting the 18 southern regions, there were catacombs rank 9 deterrents outside the city. But at this time, how could the Maple King still care about the Huai King? Die or not? His son and his 3 godly generals were nowhere to be seen. Clearly, the odds were stacked against them. He could sense the death of his son. 3 divine generals. The Chen clan had all come out. The result was self-evident. The 2 rank 9 powerhouses outside the city could be considered half of the Maple King's direct subordinates. Sensing the anger in the Maple King's words, how could he dare to delay? Very quickly, he disappeared without a trace. On the city wall, Fang Yu was a little confused. I'm being ignored? Is the Maple King so sure that I won't leave to participate in the Forbidden Catacombs battle? You're actually not threatening me anymore. Look down on me. Fang Yu was still in a state of confusion. Beside him, Li Yiming sighed and said, Amazing! If I see Fang Ping in the future, I'll avoid him. I'm convinced. Didn't this bastard say he wouldn't cause trouble? But now, wherever he went, he would provoke them. On the other side, Du Hong had just arrived. His expression was complicated as he said, Intelligence from the Forbidden Catacombs has arrived. Dean Li Changsheng is being hunted down by 6 rank 9s. Because he's Fang Ping's teacher. That's why everyone's after him. Cough, cough. Fang Yu, the rank 9, could not help but cough. He suddenly felt sorry for the people of MCMAU. Previously, everyone had mocked Wu Quishan for being usurped by a kid who hadn't even grown his hair. Wasn't it embarrassing? No, he wasn't embarrassed now. Was he afraid of losing his life? He knew Li Changsheng. That fellow had been quite arrogant recently. Now he was being chased by 6 rank 9s. Fang Yu was speechless. After a while he asked, What should we do? The 2 rank 7 martial artists looked at him. How would they know? You are a rank 9. What should we do? Fang Yu was mentally exhausted. After a while he said slowly, I can't leave. As for Fang Ping and the others, I can't support them. More importantly, going there might not necessarily be any use. He could not go to the Forbidden Catacombs, either. Unless the 3 ministers summoned him, he could not leave his post without permission. Even if everything seemed fine now, he could not leave if the catacombs' powerhouses here ran away. At this point, Fang Yu suddenly said, Do you think I should change my surname? Huh. Both Du Hong and Li Changsheng were stunned. Fang Yu said to himself, he's called Fang Ping. There aren't many powerhouses with the surname Fang. My name is Fang Yu. If the catacombs' true king mistakenly thinks that he and I are from the same family, the next time 6 rank 9s come after me, won't I? No, I'm a rank 9. Maybe 9 rank 9s will come after me. Maybe the true king will come after me. Personally, Li Yiming and Du Hong were speechless for a while, but they felt that it made sense. Yes, there weren't many powerhouses with the surname Fang. You just had to have the same surname as Fang Ping. If there's a misunderstanding, it'll be very bad. The point was you're a rank 9. Do you need to avoid the surname of a rank 7? Don't you find it embarrassing? Both of them said nothing. When they thought about it, it was normal. Hi, Grandmaster Fang, he was not a decent person. If this kid Fang Ping really provoked a few more true kings, this old Grandmaster might really change his surname. Discussions were going on in the city. Outside the city, Endless Mountain, Chun Yaozu led the Chen family all the way through the flight step. Along the way, a rank 9 monster plant and a few rank 8 powerhouses brushed past them. The few of them were extremely vigilant, but these powerhouses actually ignored them. They left just like that. Yes, they left just like that. The Chen family's old woman held a divine weapon in her hand. After a long time, she said, "Second Patriarch, what should we do?" Those powerhouses had now gone to the forbidden sea tributary. Obviously, they wanted to kill Fong Ping. In order to kill Fong Ping, they did not even care about them. After all, there were 2 rank 9 and 2 rank 8s here. It was not that easy to kill them. Maple King also knew that the Valley King sitting opposite him would not ignore them. If they really wanted to kill the Chen family, this person might intervene. Therefore, in order to successfully kill Fong Ping, Maple King still decided to endure, even if one of his sons died in the hands of the Qin family. However, his people had also killed many Qin family members, so it was not considered a loss. Fong Ping was not someone he could let go. Seeing this, Qin Yaozu was also helpless. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go! Return to Xishan City quickly!" Maple King thought that Fong Ping and the others were still in the bounded domain. If he sent people to kill them now, they might not encounter Fong Ping. Since no one was stopping them, then he would return to Xishan City quickly. Maybe he could still make it in time to join the battle at the Forbidden Catacombs. As for Fong Ping and the others, he could not do anything. He had already sensed that a few rank 9s were rushing over there. Moreover, there were still 3 divine generals under Maple King's command. They might be rushing over too. With so many rank 9s, he could not do anything. After hearing Second Patriarch's words, the Qin family felt conflicted. "Forget it, let's go back first." There was nothing they could do. "They're putting in a lot of effort to kill me." At this moment, Fong Ping did not conceal his aura anymore. Instead, he turned into a catacombs martial artist's aura, leading Old Wang and the others all the way to Xishan City. It was too scary. He had already sensed a few rank 9 powerhouses, auras, rushing toward the bounded domain. We're catacombs martial artists. We're catacombs martial artists. Fong Ping muttered in his heart. A few martial artists without auras would attract attention. With auras and catacombs martial artists' auras, even if those powerhouses sensed them, they might not care about them. Li Han Song and the others did not say a word, running wildly after Fong Ping. At this moment, they did not want to stay in the Xishan catacombs at all. Li Han Song seemed to be calculating something. After running for a while, he suddenly said telepathically, 8 hours! Huh, come in. We've been rushing for close to 5 hours. We've only stayed in the bounded domain for less than 3 hours. Fong Ping's face darkened. What did he mean? Li Han Song had no intention of discouraging him. He said telepathically, "Amazing. In 8 hours, we killed 4 rank 9s and 3 rank 8s. We obtained the cultivation method, looted the bounded domain, liberated the Qin family seniors, and saved their lives. We even made the Forbidden Catacombs have 2 more rank 9s and 2 rank 8s. Fong! Don't mention names." Fong Ping scolded telepathically. What if they were eavesdropped? Although they were separated by thousands of miles, Maple King would not be so bored as to eavesdrop on a few middle-ranked martial artists' conversations. He might not even have the ability to do so, but there was no harm in being careful. Fong Ping's name was very grating to the ears now. Li Han Song did not mention the name again. He said emotionally, "Amazing 8 hours. You're amazing." Fong Ping was much more satisfied after hearing him praise him. Of course, if he was not amazing, who was? At this moment, they were also extremely fast, sprinting all the way to Xishan City. On the way, they did not encounter any powerhouses. As for some monsters, they avoided them if they could. If they could not avoid them, they did not kill them. They just ran. At this time, they dared not kill, not even rank 7. Maple King was watching now. If the catacombs lacked a high-ranked monster's aura, it would be easy to be noticed. As they ran, Wang Jinyang asked, "How are we going to split the loot this time?" Fong Ping scolded telepathically, "Are you so short-sighted? We're not even safe yet, and you're already thinking of splitting the loot?" Wang Jinyang looked at Xishan City, which was almost at their destination, and humphed. "Let's go back soon. If we don't talk about it, Who knows how you're going to split it later? I don't want to write you an IOU. Old Wang, you're being unreasonable. Am I that kind of person? Yes. Old Wang, you're too much. This time, your loot is 10% less than the storage fee. You don't have to pay Old Yao an iron head. How dare you question my character? I can't stand it. Wang Jinyang rolled his eyes. This bastard. He only felt good when people flattered him. He could not be bothered with him. Old Wang continued to hurry on without a word. They were also extremely fast. 1,600 miles. At full speed, Fang Ping could even break the speed of sound. The speed of sound was thousands of kilometers per hour, more than 2,000 miles. Of course, in order to not attract attention, Fang Ping could not maintain this speed. Naturally, they did not go that fast. Even so, in less than 2 hours, Fang Ping and the others could still see Xishan City thousands of meters away. At this time, they did not dare to reveal their auras. Instead, they restrained their auras and went straight to Xishan City. From beginning to end, back and forth, including in the bounded zone, it took them almost 10 hours. Xishan City. On the city wall, Qin Yaozu and the others had just returned. When they saw Fang Ping and the others, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the 2 catacombs rank 9s here had left. Otherwise, Fang Ping and the others would not have returned so easily. When Fang Ping and the others reached the city wall, before they could speak, Fang Yu said immediately, "Get out quickly!" "Elder Fang, cut the crap. Hurry up." Fang Yu chased them away quickly. "I'm very anxious. You ticking time bombs, hurry up and leave. If your auras are suddenly revealed and attract the true king's attention, I won't be able to hold on if a bunch of rank 9s come." Fang Ping was helpless. "I just came back. I'm almost out of breath from the rush. Do you have to chase me away so urgently?" Seeing that he did not seem to want to leave, Fang Yu said quickly, "Li Changxing is being chased by 6 rank 9s. Whoosh! Fang Ping broke through the air, breaking the speed of sound, running very fast. Wang Jinyang and the others also hurried to catch up. Chun Yaozu and the others did not have time to say anything and left quickly. After they left, Du Hong said helplessly, "Elder Fang, what did you say? If he goes to the forbidden catacombs, then Minister will have a headache." Fang Yu laughed. "Don't really think of him as a bomb. Although this kid is new, he can still feel some things. I heard that Li Changxing killed the Yang family rank 8 because of him. He's a sentimental person and also a smart person. If he was an idiot, he would have died in the catacombs long ago. If he goes to the forbidden catacombs, he won't cause trouble. He will only be more cautious and think of a way to save Li Changxing. Can he do it?" Du Hong was a little uncertain. 6 rank 9s. Fang Yu said softly, "Depends on luck." Now it still depends on Nan Changxing. Is Nan Changxing still waiting for an opportunity? If she doesn't break through soon, I'm afraid Li Changxing will really be in danger. It had been 7 hours since the Forbidden Catacombs war started. When Fang Ping and the others went to the bounded domain, the war broke out. At that time, Guardian Qin also unleashed his aura. Li Changxing was chased by 6 rank 9s in the middle of the war. 3 to 4 hours had passed. Fang Ping and the others needed time to rush to the forbidden catacombs now. Actually, Fang Yu was not sure if they could make it in time. He was also not sure if Fang Ping would be of any use if he went. The biggest certainty was still Nan Yunyue's breakthrough. Moreover, was Li Changxing really alive now? The news of the forbidden catacombs had spread for almost 2 hours. "Fang Ping, don't be too anxious." As soon as they left the catacombs, Fang Ping unleashed his maximum speed and flew toward Capital City. Behind him, Li Hansong and the others could barely keep up. Fang Ping did not care about this. At this moment, he could not even shout. He transmitted his voice, "Divide the spoils." This time's harvest doesn't include cultivation methods or books. The total harvest was about 1,000 caddies of energy liquid, about 3,000 caddies of energy stones, about 6,000 caddies of energy soil, and about 500 caddies of imperishable substances mixed in with Sky Palace Lake water, which was slightly more valuable. Other than that, they killed a rank 7 monster beast, a crystal ring, and 3 halves of a giant metal pillar, about 18,000 caddies. There were also some chairs and tables made of rank 8 monster plants. Energy liquid was comparable to 2 to 3 times the effect of a rank 9 energy stone. Even if it was 3 times better, the energy soil was not as good as a rank 9 energy stone. At most, it was only half the value of a rank 9 energy stone. The value of the Sky Palace Lake water should be slightly lower than life essence, slightly higher than energy liquid, 5 times the value of a rank 9 energy stone. A total of 11,500 caddies of rank 9 energy stones, 300 million per caddy, a harvest of 345 billion. The rank 7 monster beast is 10 billion, and the giant metal pillar is comparable to A-grade alloy. Today's buyback price is only 4 million per caddy, 2 million per caddy, a total of 36 billion. The crystal ring. I took a look at this. It may be comparable to a rank 8 divine weapon, considered a fine product among rank 8. 50 billion will do. As for those thrones and whatnot, after all, there are no demon cores, so 20 billion is the most. A total of 3. 5 billion. Does anyone have any objections? No. They did not say much. At this time, Fong Ping wanted to divide the spoils, and they did not ask why. Logically, now that Li Chongqing was in a critical situation, Fong Ping would not be in the mood to divide the spoils. But sometimes, some things were better left unknown than known. Fong Ping had a lot of secrets. Almost 90% of the resources he obtained were distributed to others, and he did not keep much for himself. But why did he cultivate so quickly? Of course, resurrected martial artists, imperishable substances, these could all be explained. But Wang Jinyang knew clearly that Fong Ping might not be a resurrected martial artist. No one knew Fong Ping better than him. Fong Ping's martial arts beginnings were guided by him. Later, when Fong Ping besieged the evil sect in Nanjiang, a few of them performed strangely. Fong Ping even consulted him, and not long after, the news of Fong Ping's mutation spread. He could not be bothered to ask about these things. Fong Ping treated them well. When there were benefits, he almost never left them behind. The few of them could reach rank 7 so quickly, almost all because of Fong Ping's help. Otherwise, even if they were resurrected martial artists, they would probably still be hovering around rank 6. Fong Ping was still calculating when Wang Jinyang said telepathically, "If you need it, we don't have to divide it." Am I, Fong Ping, that kind of person? Fong Ping humphed. Distinguishing between public and private interests is the key to me leading you. What is yours as a leader. The few of them rolled their eyes wildly. At a time like this, you still have the mood to talk about this? Fong Ping performed the flight step while laughing. I'm not in a hurry. It's useless even if I'm in a hurry. Can I fly over in one go? If old Li really dies, I'll kill King Huai sooner or later to avenge him. He should be happy. All right. Let's talk about dividing the loot first. This time I want 60%. Tai 15%. Old Wang 15%. After all, Old Wang got the token. Old Yao, you didn't contribute much this time. Just 10%. Do you have any objections? Li Hansong got a lot because Fong Ping killed 2 rank 9s, and it was his armor that played a role. On this point, Fong Ping still had a clear idea. Yao, Cheng Jun said immediately, I have no objections. This time, he was considered to be a bystander. He did not do much, but at that time he used the divine spear to pull Fong Ping and Li Hansong, so the divine spear was slightly worn out. Old Wang too, but he got the token at the king's battleground back then. This time, the ones who really contributed were Fong Ping and Li Hansong. At this moment, Li Hansong also grinned. That is to say, I will get 210 billion, right? Yes. The few of them still did not say much. Li Hong, on the other hand, quickly calculated. He could get 525 billion? Li Hong did not want to talk anymore. Following Fong Ping, that was called earning money. Even if the situation in the forbidden catacombs was not good now, he could not suppress the joy in his heart. This was called earning money. This was called entering the catacombs. This was worth risking one's life. Previously in the king's battleground, he also got countless good things, earning hundreds of billions. Now, in 10 hours, other than feeling a little dangerous, he did not actually experience any danger, and he actually earned more than 500 billion. If old Qin knows, he'll probably really go crazy. Li Hong felt that when he went back, it was necessary to tell Qin Fengqing that he earned more than 500 billion. He wondered if that guy would vomit 3 liters of blood and then go crazy directly. Torturing him until he goes crazy doesn't seem too good. Forget it, I won't hit him. I'll just make a fortune quietly. Li Hong calculated in his heart, and Fong Ping was also waiting. This time the harvest was considered huge. The time spent was very short. The key was actually not these, but the cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques, these things were not easy to calculate with money. A few trillion, a few 100 trillion could not buy it, provided that it was a real mentality, cultivation technique. If it was real later, he would sell it to old John and not give him a few trillion. Fong Ping decided that when he reached the peak, he must beat old John up. Not thinking too deeply about this, Fong Ping began to wait for the data to change. Very soon the data changed. Wealth. 361 million points vitality. 20,000 calories, 21,222 calories. Mentality. 2,300 hertz, 2,322 hertz. Destruction force. Bone honing. 177 bones, 100%. 29 bones, 90%. Storage space. 1,000 cubic meters plus. Energy shield. 1 point/minute plus. Aura simulation. 10 points/minute plus. Wealth points increased by about 200 million in an instant. Fong Ping still knew that the system had some discounts. He could accept it if it was slightly less than what was allocated. When he entered the catacombs, his wealth points were more than 180 million, a net increase of about 180 million. In the catacombs, he spent about 20 million. This did not include the House of Gold. Until now, Fong Ping's House of Gold had not been repaired, and he did not know how much it would cost. Not bad. He had earned close to 2 trillion wealth points in an instant. Vitality and mentality had both increased. The most important thing was that the resources were still here, double the gains. It was equivalent to earning more than 4 trillion resources in an instant. It was a huge profit. This was only the area under the domain land, and the buildings were not moved, the energy paths were also not moved. Otherwise, just the ones underground would probably be worth more than 10 trillion. They had only gone to the imperial path in the Sky Palace. The value of those thrones in the main hall was beyond shocking. Fong Ping suspected that if he really ransacked the Sky Palace, even 100 trillion was nothing. That was the real good place. It was a pity that there were peerless powerhouses in that place. More than 300 million wealth points. 1 vitality of imperishable substance is only 10,000 wealth points. More than 30,000 vitality of imperishable substance. Fong Ping sighed in his heart. Rank 8 at most only had 100 vitality. He did not ask much about rank 9, but even if a rank 9 was 10 times stronger than a rank 8, this was already overestimating them. That was only 1,000 vitality. This was considered the limit, right? More than 30 rank 9 powerhouses. All of their imperishable substance was only equivalent to his. Fong Ping even suspected that more than 30 rank 9 powerhouses could not do it. They needed more. In other words, all the rank 9 powerhouses in Sino Nation added together did not have as much imperishable substance as he did. Peerless was another matter. Fang Ping really did not understand Peerless. Damn, I'm going to the forbidden catacombs. This time I'm going to spread my wealth and kill those bastards. But there's too much, it's hard to dodge. Fang Ping felt a slight headache. Sometimes, although he also hoped that humans were better, that the powerhouses were stronger, that they could kill more enemies. But if he took out too many good things, it would not be easy to explain. He had already used up so much imperishable substance previously. Now there was more. What should he do? Oh, right. Just say that I entered the Lake of Eternity and got it in the Lake of Eternity. Thinking of this, Fang Ping immediately transmitted his voice. Guys, this time when we go to the territory, just say that we entered the Lake of Eternity. Okay, the 3 of them gave him a deep look. Fang Ping, was he going to take out a lot of imperishable substance? This guy, he was really hiding it well. Li Hansong was not stupid, but at this time he really felt a little emotional. Fang Ping, I think that even the Emperor realm is not good enough for you. Everyone was speechless. Damn, even the Emperor realm was not good enough for him. Put it more bluntly, he was the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor was omnipotent. Fang Ping, on the other hand, smiled and nodded. For an honest person like Ironhead, flattering him felt even better. Feeling good was one thing, but he still would not give you an extra cent. The few of them were extremely fast. Very soon, the capital city was right in front of them. Fang Ping took a deep breath. Similarly, the Qin family's speed was slightly faster than his. They had already arrived at the Forbidden City. Fang Ping did not waste any time either, descending rapidly toward the Forbidden City. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 676. The Entrance of the Forbidden Catacombs. Before Fang Ping landed, the aura of several Grandmaster-level powerhouses had already erupted. Although they had already sensed Fang Ping and the rest's aura, at this moment a rank 7 powerhouse still shouted loudly, "Vice-Chancellor Fang, stop!" Fang Ping stopped outside the entrance of the house and said, "President Liu, time is of the essence. I want to go in." Among the few Grandmasters guarding the entrance of the catacombs, President Liu of the Martial Arts Association was among them. President Liu was no longer the yes-man he used to be. At this moment, he said solemnly, the war has begun. To prevent the rear from being attacked, non-combatants are not allowed to enter. This includes the seniors of the Chun family. We have already reported to the 3 departments and are waiting for their orders. Fang Ping was a little helpless, but he also knew that this was a necessary process. Otherwise, if a rank 9 suddenly attacked from the rear, under a pincer attack, there might be a large number of casualties. However, at this time, how long would it take? President Liu also knew that Fang Ping was anxious. He said seriously, "Please wait for a moment, everyone. We have already reported to the 3 departments and sent people into Wuhan City to inform them. There will be results very soon." Fang Ping and the rest were not spies. President Liu dared to guarantee this at the risk of his life. If a fellow who killed countless powerhouses in the catacombs was a spy, then the catacombs was really willing to pay a heavy price. This kind of spy could be sent another dozen. Fang Ping nodded slightly. Before he could speak, President Liu said somewhat excitedly, "Vice-Chancellor Fang, I heard that you guys are." Before he could finish his question, the few Grandmasters guarding outside the catacombs said excitedly, "I heard from Senior Qin that you guys killed a few rank 9 martial artists." Although Fang Ping was anxious to go in, he could not barge in now. Did they not see that Qin Yaozu and the rest did not let them in? After hearing their questions, Fang Ping smiled and said, "It was just a coincidence. It was mainly the efforts of the seniors of the Chun family. I was just passing by. The bounded domain is dangerous. I killed 2 rank 9s while I was at it. I don't even know if they have comprehended the origin path." Really? The few old grandmasters were extremely excited. Although Fong Ping's words sounded a little harsh to their ears, they pretended that they did not hear what he said about passing by, and, well, it was at it. A catacomb rank 9 would not die so easily. Now that a few of them had died, how could these people not be excited? Fong Ping, on the other hand, looked at President Liu, smiled, and said, "Let's not change the number 1 rank 7. After all, the 2 old seniors are getting on in years. We still have to save some face. I'm still young, and I don't care about such empty titles." President Liu felt a headache coming on. At a time like this, you still have the mood to talk nonsense with me? Beside him, Li Hansong said gloomily, "I killed a rank 9. President Liu. He understood what the 2 of them were trying to say. President Liu was mentally exhausted. He cursed in his heart. "Fine, I understand what you 2 are saying. If you don't want to change, then you must change. If you dare not change, I'll listen." One was killing 2 rank 9s, while the other was killing a rank 9. Were you afraid? Scared? I'm scared. President Liu felt an indescribable sorrow in his heart. Were all the strong like this? No wonder he was still a rank 7 despite being in his 60s. This time he understood completely. He looked at Wang Jinyang and Yao Qingjun again. Were they the same? Both of them did not care about this. Of course, not mentioning the ranking did not mean that they were not arrogant. Old Wang was indifferent, saying softly, "Rank 7 will only stay for a few months. What's the use of caring about the ranking now?" These words were directed at Fong Ping. President Liu's expression stiffened. "So that's how it is. I understand now." The few grandmasters did not know whether to laugh or cry. Beside them, Qin Yaozu and the rest looked at each other. We understand too. The outside world was still the outside world. The martial arts world was still the same as before. It was just that these few were a little different. As they were talking, in the next moment, a figure appeared on the spot in a flash. "Commander." Everyone greeted him. Qin Yaozu and the rest bowed hurriedly and said, "Pluto!" Li Jin chuckled. "Senior Qin, you don't have to be so polite." He was also a person from Startown, and his seniority was much lower than Qin Yaozu's. In fact, he and the old woman's son, the rank 7 male called Yuanhu, were of the same seniority. Qin Yaozu could be considered as his great-grandfather. Qin Yaozu smiled and did not say much. In the martial arts world, sometimes strength mattered, and sometimes seniority mattered. It all depended on the occasion. This kind of public occasion was not in Startown. Since he met a junior like Li Jian in Startown, there was no need to be so polite. Li Jin said with a sigh, "It's been 15 years. Although we know that there are still people alive, the situation in Sino Nation has been tense all these years. We haven't been able to send anyone to help. It's been hard on all of you." "It's my job," Qin Yaozu answered without hesitation. Not only was he Juefeng's son, but he was also a member of the House of Guardians. The Xuande Grotto Heaven was originally guarded by the Qin family. Therefore, guarding the Xuande Grotto Heaven was something he should do. Li Jian nodded slightly. Only then did he look at the slightly anxious Fong Ping and said with a smile, "Don't be too anxious. Even if you guys go in now, it won't help. Wait a little longer. Wait for Minister Nan to break through. When she breaks through, she will quickly kill some strong enemies. When that time comes, it will be relatively safer for you guys to go in. You can even give the enemy a fatal blow. However, I'm afraid that Senior Chen and the rest have already come out. Let's see if Maple King has informed King Huai." Qin Yaozu said a little dryly he might not. "When we came out, Maple King was so focused on the bounded domain that he might have forgotten about our existence." Maple King might not be in the mood to specially inform King Huai that Qin Yaozu and the rest had come out. Right now, he was focused on the bounded domain, waiting for Fong Ping to come out. His own son had died in battle. 3 divine generals had died in battle. Perhaps Maple King could not wait for King Huai to lose some of his divine generals. There was also competition for the catacombs' true king. The true king would not make a move easily. The number of divine generals under their command and their strength were their trump cards. Originally, Maple King had 8 divine generals and 2 second-generation divine generals. Among the true kings, his power was considered the strongest. This was also the capital of the Feng family's 3rd generation, Feng Mieshing and the rest to fight for the throne. Now, however, the Feng family's power had been greatly damaged. 2 of their sons had died in battle, and 5 of their divine generals had died in battle. There were only 3 divine generals left under their command. Even King Huai could not compare to this kind of power. King Huai's power was not considered too strong. Now that 5 divine generals under King Huai had entered the 18 southern territories to participate in the war, even if Maple King remembered about the Qin family, he might not pass on the message. In Maple King's opinion, more than 30 divine generals against more than 10 land of rebirths divine generals would definitely win. As for the casualties, there would definitely be. On the 18 southern territories side, most of them were King Huai's people. It would be good if some of them died, lest King Huai saw that his power had been greatly damaged and had other ideas. Li Zhen smiled when he heard that. He roughly knew what Maple King was thinking. He had also heard what Chen Yaozu and the rest had said to President Liu and the rest earlier, killing 4 rank 9s, including Feng Jiuqing. With such a loss, the Maple King would probably fly into a rage. He was not in a hurry to ask about this. In the next moment, Chen Yaozu and the rest could not hear Li Zhen's words. They only saw Li Zhen's lips moving slightly, as if he was talking to Fang Ping and the rest. Entered the bounded domain? Yes, it's beyond my expectations. Li Zhen was indeed a little surprised. He asked again, any gains? The gains are average. The buildings in the bounded domain are all integrated. I can't dig them away at all. Li Zhen's face turned a lot more illusory. That's not what I'm asking. Why is it that when I ask about the gains, the first thing you say is that the buildings are integrated and you can't dig them away? Li Zhen was starting to admire Zhang Tao. Only that shameless person could put up with this kid. If it were him, he would not have been able to hold himself back long ago and slapped him to death. Under normal circumstances, there are not many places that can be entered with the Outer Sect token. Did you enter the Outer Sect's Sutra library? Yes. Fang Ping was not surprised that Li Zhen knew about these. He had also entered the bounded domain before. Fang Ping said immediately, "We got all the books in the Sutra library." When he said this, Li Zhen was already quite satisfied. Not bad at all. Although the Outer Sect Sutra library might not have particularly good cultivation methods and the like, sometimes one could still get some good stuff. Actually, it was quite difficult to enter. When he entered the bounded domain back then, he also relied on his own strength to forcefully break through the barrier to get some stuff. Fang Ping and the rest were much weaker than when he first entered. When he entered, he already had the strength of a weak rank 9. Being able to open the Sutra library was considered a pleasant surprise. Did you enter the Hall of Enlightenment? Hall of Enlightenment? Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. Was there such a place? Of course, the Outer Sect area was very big. Actually, they did not go all the way there. Could it be that they missed the good stuff? Actually, it's the same whether you go or not. You guys have not reached that stage yet. It's a little similar to the Hall of Myriad Origins. However, the Hall of Enlightenment in the bounded domain is more like a kind of origin path practice. It's more similar to what Rose City Lord did last time. Li Zhen continued. Also, each bounded domain is different. The one I went to was in the Outer Sect area. The one you guys went to might be in the Heavenly Palace area. Li Zhen said, "Leave the books in the Sutra library behind. You guys go in later, lest you lose them in the catacombs." Fang Ping glanced at him. After a while he said softly that, "Commander, You're not going to ask any more? Huh. Li Zhen was a little confused. Soon his eyes flickered. What did he mean? Fang Ping was a little speechless. How much did he underestimate him? It was just an outer sect area and it was over. Not going to ask any more? That we actually entered the heavenly palace. Li Zhen's body trembled. As a desperate realm powerhouse, he was experienced and knowledgeable. He was quite calm. Even when Fang Ping and the others entered the bounded domain area, even into the sutra library, he was still quite indifferent. However, when Fang Ping said that he entered the heavenly palace, he was not as indifferent. You guys entered the heavenly palace? Yes. Li Zhen took a deep breath. It was really a deep breath. It was so deep that Fang Ping felt like he was going to be blown by the wind. What did you get? Nothing. Fang Ping said helplessly, the seniors in the heavenly palace didn't allow us to explore the heavenly palace. They gave us some imperishable substances, some energy liquids, and so on. Then they gave me a cultivation method that I don't understand. I don't even know if it's a cultivation method or not, seniors. Cultivation method? The next moment, Li Zhen's big hand pressed on Fang Ping's body. Creak! Fang Ping's shoulder felt as if it was being clamped by a pair of pliers. He screamed and shouted, "Commander, let go of me! I'm dying!" Li Zhen ignored him and stared into his eyes for a while. After a long time, he said in a low voice, "Don't enter the catacombs. Wait for Zhang Tao to come back. Then we'll talk about this together." "Commander, that won't do. I heard that the situation inside is not good. Teacher Li is about to be beaten to death." After saying that, Fang Ping immediately said, "I'll tell you the cultivation method." "No." Li Zhen shook his head and rejected. "I can't casually say it. Some of the seniors of the ancient martial era sometimes had some taboos. If I only impart it to you, and you say it, there might be a problem. Zhang Tao's spiritual power is stronger. When he comes back, I will be with Zhang Tao. Even if there is a problem, we can deal with it. I'm alone now. If I can't suppress it and something happens, it'll be really troublesome." Fang Ping was shocked and surprised to hear that. He wasn't surprised by Li Zhen's words about the limitations, but he was surprised that Li Zhen's spiritual power wasn't as strong as Zhang Tao's. Holy shit! Was old Zhang's spiritual power really that strong? Stronger than Li Zhen? Then I want to go in too. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said, "I know that to you, Commander, the cultivation method is more important. But to me, the reason I'm going to the land of boundaries to look for cultivation methods is 30% to save Teacher Li, 30% to cultivate faster, and the rest is for others. 60% is with me. Now that Teacher Li is busy, I have to go in. It won't help if you go in. That's not necessarily true." Fang Ping said quickly, "If I go in, there will definitely be a rank 9 who wants to kill me. I heard that Ji Yao is inside too. The Monster Life Royal Court's rank 9 will definitely have his eyes on me. And the King Huai too. This time, I'll go in and tell him the truth. I killed Huai Muqing. I also killed the people in the land of boundaries last time. Last time, he wanted to eat me up. This time, he'll definitely be angry. They have more rank 9s. I think attracting 2 or 3 rank 9s won't be a problem. This way, it can also reduce some of the teacher's pressure." Li Zhen was speechless. Fang Ping said that he had inherited the cultivation method. Actually, he did not want Fang Ping to go in. However, Fang Ping himself had said that 60% was for him and Li Changxing. If he did not let him in now, what would Fang Ping think if Li Changxing really died inside? Li Zhen was having a headache now. How troublesome! However, when martial artists reached Fang Ping's realm, their beliefs were firm. They would not change their minds just because you said a few words. This kid actually entered the heavenly palace. It was really beyond his expectations. While he was still thinking about this, a pile of animal skin books and crystal books appeared in front of Fang Ping. A note appeared in Fang Ping's hand. He wrote quickly 127 animal skin books, a total of 10 crystal books. September 22nd, 2010. Deposited with Commander Li Zhen. If you can't return, give it to the Ministry of Education. If you return, take back the books deposited today. Li Zhen glanced at it, his eyelids trembling. I want to kill him. Really, don't stop me. But if I kill him, what about the cultivation method? You actually want to write a note when you get some books out. Don't tell me you want me to sign for confirmation? He did not guess wrong. In the next moment, Fang Ping said seriously, Commander Li, please sign. Li Zhen's palm moved slightly. After a long time, without saying a word or moving the pen, he used his mentality to engrave 2 big words on the note. Li Zhen. Fine. You're awesome. This is the only time we've met. The next time Zhang Tao comes back, if this bastard dares to step into the military department, he will kill him. Am I, Li Zhen, that kind of person? I'm already here, and this bastard wants me to sign. After finishing this, Fang Ping did not hesitate and handed all the books to Li Zhen. Li Zhen kept them quietly. After thinking for a while, he said, If you insist on entering, I won't stop you. You have Zhang Tao's mentality avatar with you. Don't go too far away from Wuhan City. If it's a critical moment, retreat from the passageway. I won't enter the catacombs. I'll be guarding here in Capital City. Having said that, he looked at Chan Yaozu next to him and said, Senior Yaozu, Fang Ping wants to enter the catacombs. Your coming here is unexpected. If you're here to help, our chances of winning will increase greatly. However, I still hope that you won't go deep into the battle. At the critical moment, save Fang Ping's life. Chen Yaozu heard that and nodded solemnly. Li Zhen, the paragon, actually asked him not to go deep into the battle, but to save Fang Ping's life. At this moment, Chen Yaozu seemed to have understood something. Fang Ping said that he obtained a lot of imperishable substances and even gave them a lot. He had been suspicious before. Now, Chen Yaozu was sure that Fang Ping might have really obtained some inheritance. Li Zhen arranged for a while. Beside him, Fang Ping said again, Li Hansong seems to have obtained a cultivation method too. I wonder if it's the same as mine. I'll go down. The rest of them don't have to go. No. Li Hansong said immediately, I want to go too. It doesn't matter if old Wang and old Yao go or not. I have armor. There's no use for you going. You're the useless one. If I go, other things aside, I can hold up 5 or 6 rank 7s on the rank 7 battlefield without a problem. Beside them, Wang Jinyang and Yao Qingjun also said in a low voice, Don't worry. This time, we won't be going with you. We'll be participating in the rank 7 battle. The 3 of us aren't strong, but we aren't weak either. If the 3 of us work together, you know our situation. Rank 7. The 3 of us can even hold off 10 of them. In that case, Senior Chin and the others will also enter, and the situation will quickly tilt in our favor. Li Hansong had the divine armor, he had the divine bow, and Yao Qingjun had the divine spear. Among the 3 of them, Li Hansong would hold off the enemy at the front, while he and old Yao would attack from the back. Even if they could not hold off 10 rank 7s, they could still manage 7 or 8. With such battle prowess, how could he not enter the entrance? Li Zhen was about to faint. Both of them? What was going on in the profound virtue realm? These 2 fellows, did they inherit a cultivation method? Are cultivation techniques that easy to pass on? Are the ancient martial artists in the bounded domain so easy to talk to? When he first entered the bounded domain, he actually entered the heavenly palace too. However, he was a rank 9 at that time, and he only entered the periphery of the heavenly palace. He did not even know if there were any living people in the heavenly palace. Anyway, he did not see them. However, Fang Ping and the rest even met living people when they entered for the first time. Li Zhen had 1,000 questions in his mind. When he heard that Li Hansong wanted to enter too, his head hurt even more. These fellows from martial arts universities were all arrogant and unruly. If it were the martial artists from the military department, he could just order them not to enter. Who would dare to object? Forget it, forget it. He would let Zhang Tao, that more shameless guy, handle these things that were hard to control. Anyway, he felt that he had no way of communicating with these people. At this moment, Li Zhen's eyes moved. He suddenly looked toward the entrance and said quickly, "Chief Nan is about to break through. If you guys enter now, you won't attract attention. Also, it's time to let you guys see the power of breaking through to the desperate realm. Lest you guys think that you're really unparalleled and cause trouble recklessly. Go in quickly." When they heard that, they did not delay. Together with the Chun family, they sprinted toward the house. Breaking through to the desperate realm. They had never seen anyone break through to the desperate realm before, nor had they seen the desperate realm in action. The previous few times, it was just some shouting after their mentality covered 1,000 miles. How strong was the desperate realm? Fang Ping had judged many times, but he did not have any reference, so he could not give a clear answer. Now that there was a chance to watch the desperate realm break through and kill the desperate realm, why would he delay? Everyone entered the passageway at lightning speed. After they left, Li Zhen stood outside the house quietly for a while, thinking about something. Inside the forbidden catacombs, Old Man Li had already used up the life essence that Fang Ping gave him last time. Fang Ping gave him almost all of the 100 caddies of life essence. However, he used it all to escape this time. Not only that, including the imperishable substance that Fang Ping gave him, there was only a small clump left now. Looking at the few rank 9s who were still chasing after him, Old Man Li's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Forget it, forget it. At this time, if he continued to run, he would not even have the strength to fight back. The suppress word that was swallowed into his stomach stirred. The longevity sword in his hand was also shining faintly at this moment. Suppressing one person, slashing one sword, using both methods at the same time, he might be able to kill a rank 9. No, he definitely could. The suppress word of the heaven-suppressing king might not be as powerful as Zhang Tao's mentality avatar, but it should not be a problem for it to suppress a rank 9 for a while. Even if I die, I won't lose anything. Old Man Li muttered in his heart. Then a loud laugh came from his mouth. In this battle, I have held back 6 rank 9s. I can also leave my name in history. At this moment, a powerful mentality suddenly shrouded from the direction of Mount Imperial Sea. This mentality was slightly fluctuating, as if it was thinking about something. In the next moment, another mentality also shrouded, interrupting the mentality's forward exploration. Smiling, he said, "King Huai, are you going to break the rules and come down personally?" Zhang Tao. This time, King Huai called his name directly. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly his mentality trembled again. "King Huai, son of a B***TCH, I'm here. I heard that you're looking for me. Ji Yao, I heard that you miss me. I'm here. Didn't you want to kill me?" Ha ha ha. The last time in the king's battleground, it felt so good killing. I killed hundreds of so-called true king's descendants. I was so happy killing. I even snatched more than 100 divine weapons. Ha ha ha, it felt so good. Just now, I went next door to kill Feng Juqing. I didn't have time to greet you guys. I heard that you guys want to die, so Grandpa Feng rushed over and finally arrived. Come and kill me. King Huai, killing your people is still the best. There's a lot of good stuff. Killing King Feng's people is boring. His son was killed, but he didn't have any good stuff. What a fortune boy. These voices were incomparably loud. Zhang Tao sensed his arrival. At this moment, he did not hesitate at all. He simply and directly amplified Fang Ping's voice countless times, covering the entire forbidden catacombs. In the next moment, King Huai was furious. Fang Ping. An extremely cold and harsh voice spread throughout the catacombs. Fang Ping. On the other side, Jiao's eyes were also blood red. This shameless bastard, he actually came. Fang Ping. Similarly, among the few rank 9s who were chasing after Li Changsheng, a few of them roared fiercely, unable to restrain their anger. He was actually showing off the fact that he killed everyone's descendants. At this moment, even Nan Yinhua, who was about to break through, stopped suddenly. I'm not breaking through anymore. Let's go and kill Fang Ping. Hurry! If they left, there would be fewer people later. She could kill a few in the blink of an eye. The remaining few, Wu Chuan and the rest, could also quickly surround and kill them. As for Fang Ping, there was no other way. She could not control him. This guy was so arrogant. Even Zhang Tao helped to amplify his voice. She felt that he would not die so easily. Once Fang Ping, a rank 7 martial artist, entered the forbidden catacombs, the whole battlefield was disrupted. Dozens of rank 9s were fighting, but at this time, all their attention was focused on a figure in the sky above Wuhan City. Ha ha ha! I can do whatever I want in the catacombs. Killing catacombs divine generals is like killing dogs. Killing your descendants is really not fun. I can't enjoy it to my heart's content. I, Fang Ping, am here. Who in the world can kill me? Fang Ping went straight to the rank 9 battlefield, roaring, rank 7 and 8 trash, get lost. You're not rank 9 yet. You're not qualified to kill me, Fang Ping. At this moment, even Zhang Tao did not know if he should amplify his voice. These words were too arrogant. The most important thing was, wasn't this kid just a rank 7? Chapter 677, Courting Death. When Fang Ping was about to cross the rank 7 and rank 8 battleground, some of the catacombs' powerhouses could not wait any longer. A rank 7 or 8 good-for-nothing, a rank 7 martial artist was actually so arrogant. Kill them. Behind him, 2 rank 8s and 2 rank 7s from the Qin family. In addition to Old Wang, Old Yao, and Tai Tu, 7 people attacked at the same time. The catacombs' rank 7 and rank 8 martial artists were all martial artists from the 18 southern territories. Their numbers were actually less than Sino nations. Almost all the Chinese martial artists who participated in the war had a divine weapon. After a few hours of fighting, the number of rank 7 and 8 powerhouses dwindled. With the sudden appearance of so many powerhouses, those people were stopped before they could even get close to Fang Ping. Fang Ping was arrogant and rampant. He laughed and said, "A bunch of trash! Aren't they all waiting to kill me? I'm coming, kill me. Bastard." At this moment, the few rank 9s who were chasing after Old Man Li were still far away. They had not arrived yet. Tian Mu and the others were nearby. Previously, Tian Mu's team was 10 against 13. 2 of them were lured away by Old Man Li. Now, it was 10 against 11. Even until now, no rank 9 had fallen. When it came to this number of rank 9 powerhouses, even if they were temporarily at a disadvantage, they would not die so easily. At this time, on Tian Mu's side, several rank 9 powerhouses were ready to make a move. Fang Ping was standing 1,000 meters away. He sneered, "A bunch of trash, come here. You, I think I've seen you before. You also went to the king battlefield last time, right? A grandson died or something. I killed him. You should thank me. I didn't torture him. I chopped off his head with half a blade. I've never been to the 18 southern territories. You city masters and demons probably don't know who I am. Those who know of me, Fang Ping, would avoid me. I've annihilated a whole bunch of royal city. I've even killed a few descendants of that old brat, King Huai. I just went to the 17th Southern Territory and killed that old bastard, Feng Jiuqing. I've never liked him." Fang Ping mocked without restraint, shouting loudly, "Who dares to kill me? I have 9 true King Realm experts protecting me. I am a true King Realm expert. If you can't kill me, wait until I reach the peak and kill all of you. Bastard. Damn it." The 11 rank 9s nearby were enraged. However, these people were currently entangled. The 11 of them were no match for Tian Mu's group. Although Tian Mu's group only had 10 people, many of them had 9th grade divine weapons. How could they leave? Fong Ping laughed maniacally. At one point, he was only 500 meters away from them. He taunted loudly, "I'm right here. I'm so close to you. Can you kill me?" The catacombs' powerhouses were burning with rage. Tian Mu and the others were also trying their best to hold them back. They knew what Fong Ping was going to do. Even when Fong Ping said that he was the reincarnation of a paragon, they all knew Fong Ping's motive. It was not to provoke these rank 9s, but to do it for King Huai. Sure enough, the next moment, King Huai's voice rang out, shouting, "Kill him! City Lords Qingning, and by he, kill him!" As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 powerhouses on Nan Yunue's side roared, forcefully breaking free from the entanglement and charging towards Fong Ping. As for Tian Mu and the others, it was obvious that they had no other way. Fong Ping did not continue to linger here. He quickly fled to the side, laughing loudly. "Just 2 pieces of trash." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted, "Senior, Yaozu, kill them!" In the blink of an eye, Chen Yaozu broke through the air and appeared, blocking the 2 rank 9s who were chasing after him. Fong Ping continued as if he had entered an uninhabited place. He laughed loudly and said, "King Huai, you and I are of the same rank. It's not a disgrace for me to scold you. Maybe thousands of years ago, I even fought with your ancestors. Today, here and now, if you can kill me, then I'll consider you powerful. If you can't, wait until I recover my realm, then I'll kill you." Arrogant, King Huai was furious. As for Fong Ping saying that he was the reincarnation of a paragon, he believed it. He really believed it. This martial artist who was resurrected had too many tricks, and he was extremely hateful. Not to mention other things, just this courage alone. King Huai felt that if it was not the resurrection of a martial artist of the same rank, no one would dare to say such provocative words. "Mu Yin, City Lords Ju Mo kill. Huai Yu, come back quickly. Leave 3 people to kill Li Changsheng." At this moment, King Huai was also extremely cold. He wanted to kill this guy, not only because he hated Fong Ping, but more importantly, this guy was the resurrection of a true king. If there was one more true king in the land of rebirth, then it would be a bigger problem. While he was still weak, this was the best time to kill him. Nan Yunue and the others were originally fighting 14 rank 9s. 2 people left before, and now 2 people left the battle by force. Although it was by force, Nan Yunue and the others were kind of going easy on them. There were only 6 of them. Fighting 14 rank 9s was actually very stressful. Nan Yunue was reluctant to break through because even if she broke through, it would be very difficult to turn the situation around. But now, for people were gone all of a sudden, Nan Yunue's eyes flickered. Amazing! These 2 guys, Li Changsheng and Fong Ping, held back so many rank 9s all at once. 10 people. When they broke through later, if they killed 5 people. With the strength of Zhang Weiyu and the others, they were all the kind of people who could fight 1 against 2. 5 against 5, they could only kill quickly and turn the whole situation around. However, there were 2 more rank 9s attacking Fong Ping. How was Fong Ping going to deal with them? Fong Ping was calm and composed. He smiled and said, "Senior Chen 7, Minister Xie Yifan, it's time to make a move." Following Fong Ping's words, the Chen family's old lady and a girl who looked very young also leaped into the air, blocking the 2 people in an instant. Xie Yifan, the rank 9 powerhouse who went overseas to provide support previously, rushed over at the same time Fong Ping and the others entered. Needless to say, this was also Sino Nation's good fortune. Fong Ping laughed and said, "Is that it? Then I won't hold back. Kill." Fong Ping roared and suddenly rushed into the rank 7 powerhouse's battle area. The rank 7 martial artist who was fighting with Lu Fengru was just about to counterattack when the golden light on Fong Ping's body pierced him until he bled from all 7 orifices. Fong Ping slashed with his saber. There was an explosive rumble. A middle-stage rank 7 martial artist was killed in the blink of an eye without any ability to fight back. Of course, Lu Fengru had also risked her life to keep the other party occupied. Fong Ping did not greet Lu Fengru. He continued laughing and said, "This is boring." "Is that it? I've killed too many useless people like this. I don't feel anything when I kill them." "Fong Ping, don't be arrogant." At this moment, Ji Yao rode a golden phoenix and rushed over from afar. Fong Ping glanced at her and sneered. "Ji Yao, you're also useless. You dare to provoke me again and again. I'll fulfill your wish and send you to the next world. I'd like to see, after I kill you, whether your father will look for me or the incompetent king Huai to settle the score." As soon as he said this, Imperial Sea Mountain and King Huai's faces turned green. Ji Yao could die. She couldn't die here, right under his nose. This battle was the war of the 18 southern regions. He had borrowed the power of the monster life royal court. Ji Yao was here to supervise the battle because the monster life royal court felt that he could win and there was no danger. If Ji Yao died here, then there would be big trouble. Although Ji Yao was strong and the golden phoenix she rode was also strong, they might not be Fong Ping's match. At this moment, King Huai's mentality probed the area where Nan Yunyue and the others were. He was slightly hesitant. These were the land of Rebirth's top god generals. Nan Yunyue, in particular, had even vaguely felt that something was wrong. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by Zhang Tao. Now, 10 people against 6 people, they were completely suppressed. If 1 or 2 people left, then it would be dangerous. However, his immortal generals were still on their way back. It would take them some time to get there. Should he wait? Wait until the god generals arrived? He did not really want to transfer manpower, even if Fong Ping kept provoking him. It only needed a little time, and the 3 god generals under his command would arrive. Before King Huai could speak, Fong Ping roared and broke through the air. A Changdao materialized in the void. It was no longer a rank 7 Changdao, but a rank 8 Changdao. "How dare you provoke me?" 10,000 teachers, Fong Ping slash. Fong Ping let out a roar. The glaring golden light in the void made everyone aghast. How much imperishable substance was this? Ji Yao, who had just rushed over on the golden phoenix, had a drastic change in expression. The phoenix she was riding was the one in the Land of Kings that day. Although it had golden bones, it was not a true rank 8. It was the same as Fong Ping. But at this time, Fong Ping slashed with a saber. The void exploded. The powerful saber force was not much weaker than a rank 8 powerhouse's attack. Of course, this was referring to those who had just entered rank 8. "Old Yao!" At this time, Fong Ping suddenly roared. Not far away, Yao Qingjun also roared. A crystal halo broke through the air and rushed toward the phoenix. Clang! Clang! A frantic cry rang out. Even though the golden phoenix did not know what the crystal hoop was, it truly felt an incomparably great threat at this moment. Thus, it began to cry out frantically. "Phoenix Sparrow!" Seeing this, Ji Yao also shouted, a little frightened. What was wrong with the Phoenix Sparrow? Although the Phoenix Sparrow had not reached rank 8, it was rank 7 in the Land of Kings. Now it had reached upper stage rank 7 and had forged the imperishable bones. Monsters were strong. Even a rank 8 powerhouse might not be able to take down the Phoenix Sparrow easily. But now the Phoenix Sparrow was chirping urgently. It wanted to leave. The Phoenix monster was anxious, but Fong Ping breathed a sigh of relief. It was really useful. He had felt it at the outskirts of the Land of Kings. It seemed like this thing was really targeting monsters. This did not stop him from attacking. At this time, Fong Ping's Changdao had already landed. The saber force was shocking. Initially, Ji Yao was not afraid. She had joined forces with the Phoenix Sparrow. She had her own killer move. Fang Ping's explosive power was strong, so she was not afraid. But now the phoenix sparrow was looking at the crystal halo in fear. She actually had the urge to escape. But Fang Ping's saber force had already landed. Damn it! Ji Yao was furious. She was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. She had always wanted to kill Fang Ping. But who knew that when she met Fang Ping, there would be such a big change? Die! Fang Ping roared again. The saber force increased by 30%. A fierce look flashed in Ji Yao's eyes. Just as she was about to escape, Fang Ping shouted quickly, "Useless! Princess Ji Yao, without your father, you are not even as good as Feng Yexing and Huai Muqing. Go to hell!" Just as Ji Yao was about to escape, her body suddenly shone with golden light. A long sword appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye, slashing toward Fang Ping's saber. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, and a huge pit instantly appeared on the ground. Ji Yao's face paled. Fang Ping also took a step back. But at this moment, Fang Ping's eyes were bright. He roared, "I will kill you today. You dared to keep the divine weapon in the Sanjiao Gate. I will kill your father too." Rank 9. This woman had changed her divine weapon. A rank 9 divine weapon. Not only was it a rank 9 divine weapon, but this woman's body also contained a large amount of imperishable substance and life essence. This was a treasure trove. Kill her. Fang Ping did not say anything. He charged over quickly. At this time, the crystal halo was also quickly enveloping the golden phoenix. Clang, clang, the phoenix monster cried out again. This time, it did not care about Ji Yao's orders anymore. It turned around and flew toward the back of the catacombs. Phoenix Sparrow! Ji Yao was helpless. But now that Phoenix Sparrow wanted to escape, there was nothing she could do. Behind her, the Changdao in Fang Ping's hand exploded with golden rays. He roared, "Bitch, don't run. A piece of trash like you dares to say that you want to kill me in the battlefield? Who do you think you are? That day in the battlefield, if you did not kneel and beg for mercy, take off your clothes and serve me, I would not have let you go. I let you go once. How dare you come back to die?" Fang Ping! Ji Yao's sharp scream pierced the eardrums. In the next moment, she roared, "God Generals Kuei, Bao, and Dragon Shun, kill him!" "Your Highness!" The 2 rank 9 powerhouses who were fighting Nanyue and the others were hesitant. "Bastard! I want you to kill him." Ji Yao was furious. She was the princess of Destiny Royal Court. Her grandfather was the most powerful true king in Destiny Royal Court. Not only was her father the lord of the royal court, but he was also about to enter the true king realm. The Outland City, Lords, and Monster Life clan were under the jurisdiction of the royal court. She was here, so she was the master of Monster Life clan. Even King Huai did not have a higher position in Monster Life clan than her. But now these two were hesitating. Ha ha ha! What a joke! Ji Yao, what great authority you have! You think you're the master? You're just a fart. You think rank 9s are dogs that you raise that you can come and go as you please? Look, your father and grandfather are not here. Who do you think you are? Last time, you offered yourself to sleep with me and took off your clothes to serve me. I only took a fancy to your identity. Do you really think you have something? Ha ha ha! Kill him!" Ji Yao's voice was cold. She roared, "Lord Huai King, does Destiny Royal Court no longer belong to Destiny Royal Court?" Dragon Shung, "God Generals, are you going to betray the Royal Court?" Ji Yao was really angry this time. She was driven mad by Fang Ping. She was also driven mad by the hesitation of the 2 city lords. The Outland City lords actually no longer obeyed the orders of the royal court. Years of independence had made these people forget that all their authority came from the support of the royal court. Without the support of the royal court, there were many god generals in the restricted area. How Could it be their turn to be the king of this outland? Following Ji Yao's roar, King Huai saw that the last two monster life lineage city lords were wavering. He sighed softly in his heart. Forget it. It was not a good time to fall out with Ji Yao now. The 18 southern territories still needed the support of Destiny Royal Court. Go. Following King Huai's words, the two city lords no longer hesitated. In an instant, they broke away from the battle and charged toward Fangping. Nan Yunyue and the others were stunned. In just a short while 6 were gone. There were 14 just now. In the blink of an eye, there were 8. How powerful were the 6 of them? 6 of them were practically suppressing the 8 rank 9s on the other side. Chief Nan. In the crowd, Wu Chuan growled, frowning. He could not wait any longer. 2 rank 9s had gone to kill Fangping. Fangping had no more trump cards now. The appearance of Chen Yaozu, Qin Qi, and Xie Yifan was an accident. However, these 3 people had entangled 4 rank 9s and had reached their limit. If he still did not make a move, Fangping would really be in danger. As soon as Fangping came in, he lured away 6 rank 9s. Although it was related to Qin Yaozu and the others, if not for Fangping's repeated provocations, the last 2 rank 9s would definitely not have left. Not just here. In the distance, there were still 3 rank 9s charging toward this side aggressively. 9 rank 9s were here to kill Fangping. At this moment, Fangping was chasing after Ji Yao while laughing loudly. Just 2 rank 9s? Too little. Not enough. Far from enough. Want to kill me with just these few people. Wishful thinking. Courting death. The 2 rank 9s behind him chased quickly. Fangping was not too far away from them. A rank 9's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had shortened to within 2,000 meters. Within 1,000 meters, the 2 rank 9s could bombard Fangping from a distance, stop him, and kill him. Fangping observed for a while. These 2 were still too close to Nan Yunyue and the others. He gritted his teeth. Wait a little longer. Before coming in, he had already planned it out. He would lure a few rank 9s to chase after him. This time, he would directly unleash old Zhang's avatar and kill one. As for how many Nan Yunyue could kill, Fangping also wanted to see how strong a paragon was. Lure these people a little further away, a little further. When that time came, they would not have time to return to help those people. Not far away, Qin Yaozu was also rushing toward this side quickly. As for the 2 rank 9s behind him, they were also chasing after him. According to the previous arrangement, he had to follow Fangping. Fangping unleashed old Zhang's mentality avatar. He still had to find someone to finish him off, in case the rank 9 did not die. With Chen Yaozu's ability, finishing him off was the most suitable. At this moment, there were 2 rank 9s behind Fangping. There were 2 rank 9s behind Qin Yaozu. Fangping and Qin Yaozu began to converge. The 4 rank 9s were also almost gathered together. In front, not only was Ji Yao there, but there were also 3 rank 9s who had rushed back. Qin Yaozu could not help but look at Fangping. Enough! He could not delay any longer. If he delayed any longer, 7 rank 9s would converge. No matter how powerful a martial king was, his mentality avatar would not be able to kill 7 rank 9s. When that time came, he and Fangping would be finished. It's about time. At this moment, Fangping also felt threatened. The few rank 9 powerhouses behind him were all attacking him through the air. The vibration of energy shook Fangping's golden back until it began to crack. In front, Ji Yao also saw Hu Lei and the few god generals returning. Overjoyed, she turned her head and shouted, "Fangping, your time of death has come." 7 rank 9 god generals. Although the other party also had a god general on their side, and he looked quite strong, but 1 against 7, and he still could not kill them? Fangping was not Li Changshen. His speed was considered fast compared to a rank 7, but it was far from those rank 9s. He could not run away. My time of death! Fong Ping laughed wildly, saying, "Ji Yao, you will never understand how strong your Grandpa Fong is." After saying that, Fong Ping shouted, "Recover my true form, ultimate strike!" The place was silent. A few rank 9 martial artists even thought that this guy was out of his mind. He was so savage that he had forgotten himself. They actually knew some of the special martial artists in the land of rebirth. But a rank 7, wanting to recover his past life strength in an instant, would anyone believe it? At this moment, the crystal book on Fong Ping's body broke instantly. Buzz! The sound of the void trembling was heard. In the blink of an eye, a phantom that looked similar to Zhang Tao materialized, chuckling. 1 trillion! Before everyone understood what it meant, Zhang Tao punched out. This punch did not cover the 4 rank 9s, but 2 of them. The 2 of them roared in terror. Without saying a word, they fled frantically in all directions. The remaining 2 people were also terrified. True King's avatar. Run! Don't block it together! Some of them shouted, wanting to block it together, for rank 9s might not be able to block it. But at this time, everyone cared about themselves. No one was willing to do this. Moreover, Zhang Tao's avatar was extremely cunning. He only covered 2 of them. The remaining 2 were not within his attack range. Should they block it together or run? 4 of them might not be able to block it, but if they did not block it, the other 2 could definitely escape. Hence, the moment Zhang Tao's avatar appeared, the 2 rank 9s who were not covered fled extremely quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The remaining 2 were terrified. Zhang Tao's giant fist blasted out. A crack appeared in the void. It was much more powerful than Old Man Li's full-force sword. No. The 2 of them screamed in terror. Fong Ping gulped. So powerful. As for Ji Yao, who was in front, she was like a frightened rabbit, running faster than anyone else. A martial king's avatar. Fong Ping actually had a martial king's avatar. Even for her grandfather, the Life King, did not give her this. The Life King would not sacrifice his combat strength for a descendant. Fong Ping did not care about her. At this moment, he remembered the 1 trillion just now and curled his lips slightly. How short-sighted. I was going to sell the cultivation method to you for 10 trillion. You still owe me 9 trillion. Mount Imperial Sea. King Huai looked at Zhang Tao and sneered. He was happy to see this. Even if the 2 rank 9s were really dead, it would consume a part of the martial king's strength. It was worth it. Zhang Tao was calm and composed, chuckling. It's only 3 to 5 years. Even if I cut 10 more, killing you is also a matter of a punch. Is that so? King Huai sneered. 3 to 5 years. I'm afraid you don't have that much time. Then let's wait and see. Zhang Tao sneered. King Huai said indifferently, it's still hard to escape death, hard to escape defeat. So what if he killed 2 rank 9s? There were 32 rank 9 powerhouses in the field. 2 dead was really nothing. At this moment, Li Chongqing roared from afar, break through the air! Slash! This roar was heard. Similarly, an incomparably huge golden suppress word appeared. One of the rank 9 powerhouses was suppressed until he could not move at all. The other 2 also had difficulty moving. Li Chongqing's hair and beard were all white. His long sword slashed through the air, laughing wildly. Trash indeed. 6 trash can't even kill a rank 8 like me. Ha ha ha, really trash. Fong Ping, let's kill all of them today. Old Man Li let out a wild roar. When he was done, the longevity sword had already broken through the air, slashing the rank 9 powerhouse who was completely suppressed. Bang! A deafening bang was heard. The rank 9 who was trapped was sliced into pieces almost instantly, unable to resist at all. The aftermath even cut the 2 rank 9s beside him until they were bathed in blood. Ha ha ha, another rank 9 trash. After saying that, Old Man Li swallowed the last bit of imperishable substance without another word, fleeing madly toward Fong Ping. The demonstration was over. It was time to run. If he did not run now, he would die. If Fong Ping still did not come, he would be finished without anyone killing him. If all his imperishable substance and life essence were exhausted, he would not be able to run back to Wuan City. Old Man Li had just killed a rank 9. Zhang Tao's giant fist landed at the same time. Kacha! The void seemed to be shattered. The power was even stronger than Old Man Li's sky-breaking sword. King Huai! The 2 rank 9s roared in horror. What they did not know was that King Huai felt that it was more worthwhile to exchange the lives of 2 foreign rank 9s for Zhang Tao's mentality avatar. That was why King Huai did not care at all. On the other hand, on Li Chongqing's side, a gloomy look flashed across King Huai's eyes. Another one was killed, although it was related to Heavenly King Subduer's mentality avatar. Heavenly King Subduer was a powerhouse who walked 2 paths. This avatar was not as powerful as Zhang Tao's. For Heavenly King Subduer, the consumption was not considered big. Replenishing it would only take 3 to 5 months. This was not worthwhile. 3 to 5 months. Who would dare to kill Heavenly King Subduer in these 3 to 5 months? While he was still thinking, there was a loud bang, and a black hole appeared in the void. 2 rank 9 powerhouses were killed directly. Fong Ping was dumbstruck. How powerful! Too powerful. He thought that he still needed to finish off the 2 rank 9s. He did not expect them to be killed directly. No, they were blasted into the void rift by Zhang Tao's fist. This was a soul energy doppelganger. How powerful was Paragon exactly? Chapter 678. How strong was a paragon? In the next moment, Fong Ping knew. When Zhang Tao killed 2 rank 9s with 1 punch, the energy of the entire catacombs seemed to be converging in one place. Not far away, Nan Yunyue roared, her voice shaking the sky. At this moment, a second sun appeared in the entire catacombs. Nan Yunyue was like a god descending to earth, slashing at a rank 9 city lord. How could this be? Someone exclaimed. It was none other than King Huai. At this moment, Nan Yunyue had not broken through yet, but with this slash, a rank 9 was directly minced into pieces. Run! The remaining 7 rank 9s wanted to escape immediately. This woman was about to break through. Just as Chun Yaozu had said, 999 meters and 1,000 meters were worlds apart. And now, Nan Yunyue had walked to 999. 9 meters. She was just a little bit away from it. Nan Yunyue! King Huai roared. True kings cannot participate in the battle. You want to bring forward the battle of true kings. I haven't reached the paragon yet. Nan Yunyue laughed loudly. At this time she was extremely arrogant. She shouted, Wait until I reach the paragon, then you can talk nonsense. You're courting death. King Huai was not willing to let her break through under his nose. In the next moment, King Huai roared, Nan Yunyue has advanced to a true king. Everyone help me. As soon as he finished speaking, King Huai was about to cross Mount Royal Sea and enter the catacombs. You want to tear up the agreement? Zhang Tao sneered, smashing the void with a punch, breaking through the air and directly attacking King Huai. He knew that something like this would happen, but as long as Nan Yunyue broke through, everything would be fine. Rumble. Crack. Cracks appeared in the void one after another. King Huai also waved his palm. Drip. A soft sound was heard, but King Huai and Zhang Tao did not move. A small wound appeared in King Huai's palm, and a drop of golden blood dripped onto the peak of Mount Royal Sea. In the blink of an eye, the blood seeped into the mountain. Zhang Tao said lightly, You're not qualified. King Huai's expression was ugly. Looking at the rising sun in the distance, he suddenly calmed down. Even if Nan Yunue broke through, so what? I should have known that you would suddenly take the initiative to initiate this battle. Perhaps you have something else to rely on, but I forgot about Nan Yunue. King Huai said calmly, since we can't stop her, then we won't. I also want to see how many people she can kill when she breaks through. Of the 32 divine generals, 3 had already died. Nan Yunue had just killed a person. Now, there were still 28 divine generals remaining. How many could Nan Yunue kill? She was only 1 step away from a breakthrough. Since she had started, she could not delay it. Before the other true kings of the catacombs arrived, Nan Yunue had probably already advanced. How many could he kill in such a short time? After Nan Yunue made a breakthrough, if she dared to attack again, then these true kings would jump levels to fight and exterminate human powerhouses. It's just a game. The Huai king continued to narrate, saying indifferently, "It's quite interesting. You, the martial king, actually managed to cut out your indestructible clone." Before he finished speaking, Nan Yunue shouted and swept out with her saber once more. In the blink of an eye, a rank 9 demonic plant was cut in half. A sharp, ear-piercing cry rang out. With a rumble, the demonic plant fell to the ground. Nan Yunue slaughtered in all directions. Wu Chuan and the others also unleashed their full strength, not letting the rank 9 powerhouses escape. A city lord powerhouse could not bear such torture. With a roar, he self-detonated. A rank 9 self-detonation, and a powerhouse who had walked the path of origin at that. Even Nan Yunue trembled when she was hit head-on. At this moment, the Huai king suddenly laughed. "Perhaps you all have overestimated this woman." As soon as he finished speaking, the Huai king said coldly, "Self-detonation severely injure her. I guarantee that you all will be kings of the 9 domains for the next 9 generations." Nan Yunue did not seem to be as strong as Li Zhen. When Li Zhen broke through, there were powerhouses from the outer domains who tried to stop him. However, Li Zhen killed these powerhouses and even destroyed the monster plant royal court's origin. That was true strength. Nan Yunue was a little lacking. The Huai king suddenly laughed and shouted again, "Quickly! Otherwise, all of you will die. When we take over the land of rebirth, I will resurrect all of you. I swear on my name." At the side, Zhang Tao frowned slightly. Nan Yunue, this crazy woman. Did she think that she was Li Zhen or himself? She was still lacking. Zhang Tao felt a headache coming on. Before this, he thought that Nan Yunue was quite strong. Why was she not as strong as he imagined when she was close to the breakthrough point? This is a little troublesome. Zhang Tao's eyes flickered slightly. If this did not work, then retreat. Abandon the 18 southern regions. This was also the backup plan he had made before. The 18 southern regions did not have martial artists to train, only the Wuan military. If there was really no other way, then retreat. Anyway, he had already killed a few rank 9s. He just wanted to use the opportunity of Nan Yunue's breakthrough to kill more rank 9s from the outer domains, who knew that Nan Yunue did not seem too reliable. The Huai king's word spread throughout the catacombs. At this moment, Nan Yunue was also extremely unwilling. She was not as strong as she thought. Although she killed 2 rank 9s in an instant and forced a rank 9 to self-detonate, this rank 9 self-detonation had actually shaken her path of origin. At this moment, Nan Yunue's entire body was enveloped by an invisible force. Her body emitted a beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth. However, this beam of light, at that moment, trembled slightly. At this moment, there were only 5 rank 9 powerhouses left here. Hearing the Huai King's voice, these rank 9s, including monster beasts, monster plants, and city lords, all went a little crazy. The Huai King swore in his name to conquer the land of rebirth and resurrect them. A true king's oath could not be false. Since it was hard to escape death, then they would fight. Nan Yunhua, even if I die, don't think about breaking through. Rumble. An incomparably loud sound came out, and the beam of light trembled again. F***CK. This woman, Nan Yunhua, could not help but curse at this moment. She really did not expect this. She also did not know the situation at the peak. She believed that she would not be weaker than Li Zhen and the others. In fact, even Li Zhen and the others acknowledged this. However, when she reached the critical point, she was not as strong as Li Zhen and the others. There was no justice in this. Nan Yunhua was about to go crazy. How could this be? Although the number of rank 9s who had died in her hands had already reached as high as 4 once her breakthrough was blocked. Even if 40 rank 9s died, it would still be considered a loss. Not far away, Tianmu and the others were also attacking in a frenzy. They wanted to keep the 11 rank 9s occupied. When these rank 9s saw that Nan Yunhua's breakthrough seemed to be blocked, they were all ecstatic. If they could stop a true king's breakthrough this time, it would be a greater contribution than killing all the resurrected god generals. Further away, Fang Ping also felt that something was wrong. He quickly looked at Qin Yaozu and said, "Senior Qin, why is this happening?" After all, Qin Yaozu had lived for 300 years. He was experienced and knowledgeable. Very quickly he frowned and said, "This is troublesome. Nan has been fighting for many years, and his consumption is huge. He is strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. The Netherworld King has entered the bounded zone and replenished. The Martial King has obtained hundreds of caddies of life essence and replenished his consumption. Only Nan has been fighting all the time and never received replenishment. His foundation is insufficient." He could see it here, and the Huai King probably also knew. He shouted sternly, "All rank 9 monster plants, consume all your life essence, quickly!" As soon as these words came out, the monster plants that were still alive consumed all their life essence in a frenzy, because Nan Yunhua had also targeted them. Seeing the monster plants consume their life essence crazily, Nan Yunhua roared angrily and looked at the monster plant that she had killed. She killed that monster plant very quickly. There must still be life essence left. She had also discovered the problem. She was a little weak. It was not that her combat strength was not as good as Li Zhen and the others, nor was it that she was not as talented as these people, but she was not as lucky as them. Bullying the poor. Nan Yunhua wanted to curse. She thought it would not affect her. Nan Yunhua wanted to pick up the monster plant, but the others would not give her the chance. Rumble. Another loud explosion was heard. Another powerhouse had self-destructed. If they did not stop Nan Yunhua today, the catacombs' true kings would not let them go. They could only hope that the true kings would break through the rebirth land and find a chance to resurrect them. Blood flowed from the corner of Nan Yunhua's mouth. Wu Chuan and the others beside her could not get close at all. If they did, the power of the self-destruction would seriously injure them. Bastard! Wu Chuan and the others were anxious. Nan Yunhua had made a mistake. If she was seriously injured now, her breakthrough might be greatly affected. "Here," Fang Ping said hurriedly, "that means you lack life essence? Will the imperishable substance work?" "Of course, the effect will be better." Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief and snorted. "I thought you were lacking something else. You just lack imperishable substance. Absolute peak." This time, it was really a super huge favor. This old lady, Nan Yunhua, had encountered a huge problem during her breakthrough this time. He had to deliver this favor home. The next moment, an incomparably huge golden light ball appeared in Fang Ping's hand. "Old Qin, I can't go. Do you think you can give this to Mayor Nan?" Qin Yaozu was already stunned. How much was this? Fang Ping did not feel the pinch at this moment. It was not much, just 10,000 yuan of destructive power, which was 100 million wealth points. He had to deliver the favor to the point where Nan Yunhua felt that she owed him so much that she could not wait to be his servant. This was called a favor. 10,000 yuan of imperishable power. Was it enough? Just the little bit of life essence that old Zhang had obtained might not be comparable to this. No, it was not 100% comparable. 100 million wealth points were worth trillions. Trillions, when converted to life essence, that was 400 caddies. Did the monster plant that old Zhang picked up have 400 caddies of life essence in reserve? Did Li Zhan obtain so much imperishable substance to replenish himself after entering the bounded zone? Fang Ping wanted to nurture the strongest absolute peak. Naturally, Chen Yaozu did not know what he was thinking. At this moment, he was really dumbfounded, but he was instantly ecstatic. He had forgotten that there was a guy beside him who had entered the bounded zone before. Heaven was helping humanity. Chen Yaozu held the huge light ball, and without a word, he rushed toward Nan Yunyue. The 2 rank 9s who had escaped earlier were also rushing over there. It seemed like they wanted to join in the battle to kill Nan Yunyue. Everyone help. Chun Yaozu shouted loudly. The moment Wu Chuan, Zhang Weiyu, and the others saw Chen Yaozu, their eyes lit up. In the next moment, Wu Chuan, Zhang Weiyu, Zhao Xingwu, Wang Yu, Li Deong, and Chen Yaozu all unleashed their strongest attacks, blasting toward the martial artists who had surrounded Nan Yunyue. Chun Yaozu threw the light ball out and shouted, "Mayor Nan!" When Nan Yunyue saw this scene, she was overjoyed. Timely help. In the distance, Fang Ping roared, "Mayor Nan, for humanity, no need to thank me." Fang Ping. In the faraway Imperial Sea Mountain, King Huai went crazy. Fang Ping. Kill. Everyone, kill Fang Ping for me. Don't worry about Nan Yunyue anymore. Everyone, kill Fang Ping. Kill him. King Huai had never been as angry as he was now. He wanted to kill Fang Ping. He clearly had a chance to stop the land of rebirth from giving birth to a true king, but Fang Ping destroyed it. He actually had so much imperishable substance. Damn it! Damn it! The others could not stop Nan Yunyue from getting the imperishable substance because the moment Chen Yaozu threw it out, Nan Yunyue forcefully joined them. Even self-destruction could not stop her. At this time, Nan Yunyue's breakthrough could no longer be stopped. Just as King Huai roared madly to kill Fang Ping, in the distance someone roared, "Fang Ping? Fang Ping is here? Damn it! King Huai, kill him!" That was King Feng's roar. At this moment, the 2 true king powerhouses were incomparably furious. King Huai said he wanted to kill Fang Ping. Those rank 9 powerhouses also realized that Nan Yunyue's breakthrough could not be stopped. In the next moment, they all rushed toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping's face turned green. He roared, "Old Chen, Guardian Zhang." As Fang Ping roared, he ran into the distance. There were a total of 8 rank 9s who surrounded Nan Yunyue just now. Fang Ping and the 2 who were chasing after Chen Yaozu also rushed over. There were as many as 10, and among these 10, 5 were dead. There were still 5 left. These people did not care about the others at all. They all chased after Fang Ping. Not only them, but the 3 rank 9s who rushed over from Old Man Li's side also chased after Fang Ping. In an instant, there were as many as 8 rank 9s who were chasing after him. In the distance, Old Man Li was just about to rush over to meet up with Fang Ping. When he saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. "I just escaped from 6 rank 9s. You have already provoked 8? Should I go and meet up or not? This is too dangerous." As Old Man Li rushed toward Fang Ping, he roared, "Wu Chuan, are you all useless? Kill them." These people were too useless. They actually let those people kill their way out of the encirclement. Damn it, they were too useless. On the other side, Wu Chuan and the rest were also embarrassed. They roared and rushed toward the 5 people who escaped the encirclement. At this time, Nan Yunyue swallowed the imperishable substance in one gulp. The golden light on her body shone brightly. The light pillar that reached the sky became even more dazzling. At this moment, Nan Yingyue also let out a wild laugh. Her laughter was savage, her laughter was loud. She shouted, "Who dares to kill Fang Ping? Who dares to kill Fang Ping?" This old lady at this moment was incomparably confident. "Die!" Nan Yingyue roared. Her saber slashed through the void. The divine weapon Changdao appeared behind a rank 9 powerhouse in an instant. Rumble! The booming sound of the golden body exploding reverberated between heaven and earth. Another sun rose in the catacombs, and at this moment, Nan Yunyue suddenly cursed under her breath. Fang Ping gave too much. With this much, she was completely out of control. Rumble, the void trembled. The entire catacombs was trembling. The giant pillar on Nan Yunyue's body became even bigger. It reflected the entire catacombs in a golden color. "Nan Yunyue, you still dare to attack." At this moment, King Huai roared. Nan Yunyue had already broken through. "Damn it!" Nan Yunyue cursed. Suddenly, she let out a cold snort, directly shattering King Huai's mentality. Her pressure was released, suppressing the entire 18 southern territories and making them tremble slightly. Nan Yunyue did not say much. She flew slowly toward the direction of Mount Imperial Sea. As she flew, she shouted, "King Huai, I've been sick of you for a long time. Today I've advanced to the peak. I'll play with you. Savage. Then I'll show you how savage I am." As soon as she finished speaking, Nan Yunyue's speed exploded. Like lightning, she went straight for the 2 rank 9s who were chasing behind Li Changxing. "Retreat!" King Huai roared. He did not need to roar. The 2 rank 9s who were suppressed earlier and had just chased over were already scared out of their wits the moment Nan Yunyue exploded. They fled quickly. Nan Yunyue wanted to kill them on purpose. "Ha ha ha!" Nan Yunyue laughed loudly. "Awesome. Too awesome. No wonder Zhang Tao liked to do this in the past." As a new peak, she did not participate in the battle now. Instead, she went to Mount Imperial Sea. She used the flight step and did not make a detour to the peak. There was nothing wrong with that. If they died from the collision, they could only blame it on their bad luck. King Huai snorted coldly. The true kings of the land of rebirth were all so shameless. The true kings of the restricted area really cared more about their faces than they did. Moreover, in his eyes, everyone below the true king was an ant. Even if he killed 1 or 2 rank 9s, could he really turn the situation around? At this moment, he could not be bothered with Nan Yunyue. The one he hated the most was Fang Ping. Hateful, he deserved to be killed. Because of Fang Ping, there was one more true king in the land of rebirth. And Fang Ping might be the next true king in the land of rebirth. Fang Ping must die. 18 southern territories, listen up. Kill Fang Ping. At the same time, King Maple also rushed over from the 17 southern territories shouting, "All high-ranked martial artists within 1,000 miles, enter the 18 southern territories quickly and kill Fang Ping. Ground Sunflower King, let your people enter the 18 southern territories and kill Fang Ping. This person must die." In the 19 southern territories, which was also the capital city catacombs, a true king of the monster plants kingdom did not know what was happening. However, when 2 true king-level powerhouses wanted to kill Fang Ping, Ground Sunflower King shouted, "All god generals, enter the 18 southern territories." As soon as he finished speaking, several rank 9 powerhouses rose into the air from thousands of miles away, flying toward them rapidly. In the restricted area, there were no boundaries between them. They could rush over directly. Before this, it was King Huai's war. Now, not only did King Huai erupt, even King Maple had spoken up. Since the 2 great true kings took this matter so seriously, Ground Sunflower King also knew that this matter could not be underestimated. Mount Imperial Sea. Zhang Tao felt helpless. Fang Ping, run quickly. Get out now. If you don't get out, it will be really troublesome. On Nan Yunua's side, she had killed 6 rank 9s from the beginning to the end. Li Changsheng killed 1. His mentality avatar killed 2. There were still 23 rank 9s left. There were also many rank 9s on the human side. Excluding Nan Yunue, including the 2 people from the Qin family and Seifan, there were 18 in total. The difference between the 2 sides was not big. Moreover, the human rank 7s and 7s were more than the other side. Li Changsheng, Gua Shangquan, and the other 2 could all be regarded as rank 9s. If these people were to fight, the humans had a huge advantage. The key was these people only had one goal now, and that was to kill Fang Ping. This was really troublesome. They did not care about other human powerhouses at all. They only had their eyes on Fang Ping. If there was a slight mistake, Fang Ping would definitely die. More than 20 rank 9s, more than 20 rank 8s, more than 50 rank 7s, and close to 100 high ranks were all crazy now. They did not care about others at all. They only had one thought: kill Fang Ping. Not only did King Huai send a voice transmission to the 18 southern territories, King Maple had also arrived and sent a voice transmission to the 18 southern territories as well. The 2 true kings had spoken up. Not only the 2 Monster Plant Clan true kings, but on Monster Life Clan's side, after Ji Yao and God General, who lay met up, they also shouted fiercely, "Kill Fang Ping." This was Monster Life Clan's only goal in this battle. At this time, everyone in the 18 southern territories knew one thing. Their goal was no longer the land of rebirth powerhouses, but this guy. Kill this guy. Even if everyone died, it would still be worth it. The 18 southern territories went crazy. Fang Ping went crazy too. Save me. Fang Ping could not pretend anymore. His face was deathly pale. He roared, "Seniors, open the passageway to Wuhan City. I want to get out." The entire catacombs was hunting him down. Some rank 7 and 8 powerhouses, even if they were being chased by human martial artists, still wanted to kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping was going crazy. Wu Chuan and the others fought with all their might. Although they had blocked many rank 9s, if they were careless and let someone escape, he would be finished. At this moment, Fang Ping's only thought was to run out. He had run a little too far earlier. He was still more than 30 li away from Wuhan City. Kill Fang Ping. Just as Fang Ping was about to run, those catacombs martial artists were all roaring crazily. Kill Fang Ping. Kill Fang Ping. Kill him. In the huge catacombs, the high-ranked powerhouses were roaring one after another. The entire catacombs was now filled with the voices of "Kill Fang Ping." While Fang Ping was going crazy, in the distance, Qin Fengqing was also stunned, looking at the hundreds of middle-ranked martial artists chasing after him, then listening to the entire catacombs shouting "Kill Fang Ping." Qin Fengqing suddenly felt that he was really blessed. Before this, he felt that his life was really tragic. At this moment, Qin Fengqing felt relieved. What was this? Just a few hundred middle-ranked martial artists. Fang Ping said that he would not come here. He thought that he really would not come here. Who knew that fellow had just arrived not long ago? Now that he was here, all the high-ranked powerhouses in the catacombs were shouting to kill him. How King scary. It was really not easy to be like Fang Ping. Qin Fengqing felt that even if he raided 10 royal cities, he might not be able to be like Fang Ping. Vaguely, Qin Fengqing suddenly felt a little envious. Suddenly he roared loudly, "Be like Fang Ping." I will also be chased by hundreds of high-ranked martial artists in the future. This life will not be in vain. Too exciting. Too satisfying. What big business did Fang Ping do this time? Did he really dig up the true king's ancestral grave this time? He had also reached the mentality vitality unity realm. He could also hear the true king's voice transmission. Earlier, it seemed like 2 true kings were shouting to kill Fang Ping. Amazing. Admirable. 2 true kings and hundreds of high-ranked martial artists wanted to kill a rank 7. After today, Fong Ping's name would probably be known by everyone in the restricted area. He also heard Fong Ping's voice scolding the true kings earlier. Old Zhang's spread to the entire catacombs. This was also an achievement that no one could compare to. Qin Fengqing was impressed and envious. Fong Ping, on the other hand, was really going crazy. I thought at most a few rank 9s would come. Now the entire 18 southern regions want to kill him. Hurry up and open a path for me to go back. I can't take it anymore. The rank 9's battle zone was almost surrounding him. At this time, Fong Ping was like a lone boat tossing in the waves. A little carelessness, and the boat would be destroyed and he would die. I shouldn't have said that. Fong Ping complained in his heart. Previously, the imperishable substance that he gave to Nan Yunhua was given by Old Qin. Why did he have to add a sentence? Otherwise, King Huai might not find out that it was given by him. Genius 1 second to remember website address, mobile version. Chapter 679. Don't come near me. In the catacombs, Fong Ping roared in terror. He could not help but be terrified. This Zhang Weiyu fellow was actually fighting with 2 rank 9s and moving closer to him. He was going crazy. Zhang Weiyu was also suffering in silence. Mother****, you're still making sarcastic remarks? These 2 rank 9s had gone crazy. They were bent on killing Fong Ping. What else could he do? Zhang Weiyu suddenly roared as if he had thought of something. Are there more? Fong Ping understood instantly. He gritted his teeth and said, Yes, don't let them snatch it away. Hurry. Fong Ping tossed out a bunch of imperishable matter. Zhang Weiyu's mentality erupted fully, absorbing it in an instant. Before he could speak, Fong Ping roared, 50 billion! F***CK. Get lost. Zhang Weiyu was going crazy with rage. What time was this? You brats still want to settle this with me. Fong Ping was helpless. There was nothing I could do. The cost was too high. If I don't die this time, I'll spend all my wealth points. Even I want to kill myself. Zhang Weiyu got the imperishable matter. His aura skyrocketed. A gunshot was heard from his body. The next moment, a long spear mixed with a large amount of destructive force pierced through the void, stabbing one of the 2 rank 9s. The golden body of one of the rank 9s exploded instantly. We must kill Fong Ping. Hurry! He still has imperishable matter. The person who was stabbed, his golden body exploded, but he roared crazily. At this moment, he completely understood why the 2 true kings wanted to kill Fong Ping, no matter what. This was too strange. Where did this rank 7 martial artist get so much imperishable matter from? The amount given to Nan Yunhua earlier was comparable to the total amount of imperishable matter of dozens of rank 9 powerhouses. This person roared. The other powerhouses swarmed over to this side one after another. From all directions, someone yelled, Everyone, unleash all your power. Crush him to death with the aftershock. At this time, human powerhouses also gathered from all directions. Fong Ping was in the center of the battle circle. There were battlefields everywhere. He had no way to escape at all. There was no place where there was no battle. Fong Ping was helpless. Wu Chuan and the rest yelled, Hurry, give more imperishable matter, and kill them all. Otherwise, you won't be able to get out. Fong Ping really could not get out. If he wanted to leave now, the catacombs powerhouses would stop him even at the cost of their lives. If that was the case, it would be safer to stay in the central area. At least the human powerhouses were fighting with all their might in the surroundings. At a time like this, Fong Ping would not be stingy, but he still roared, If you can't catch it, then it'll be taken away by this group of bastards. You must be reliable. Once you get it, kill these bastards. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping threw a few lumps of imperishable substance toward the top powerhouses. He dared not approach them. As for those rank 7 and 8 ones, he could not be blamed for not throwing them away. He was afraid that they would not be able to get them, and the catacombs' martial artists would take them away. Wu Chuan and the others were quite powerful. Soon, all of them had obtained the imperishable substance. Their auras surged, and they began to suppress those people. Right at this moment, in the direction of Mount Royal Sea, Zhang Tao shouted, "End the battle, quickly!" Another 6 rank 9s and more than 20 rank 7s and 8s are coming. Hurry! King Huai also shouted, "Hold on! Hold them back! I have already contacted the powerhouses of the 8 nearby regions to send reinforcements and kill Fang Ping. As long as he is killed, those who died in the battle today will be able to live another life after conquering the land of rebirth." Fang Ping scolded loudly, "Son of AB*, you can't kill me. Just you wait and see." Having said that, he roared again, "Minister, go to the land of boundaries and ask for reinforcements. The 9 patriarchs of the land of boundaries can come out of seclusion." Zhang Tao was speechless for a long time. Fang Ping roared, "Minister, let the ultimate battle erupt. The 9 patriarchs have promised that when the ultimate battle erupts, they will come to help." As Fang Ping spoke, his mentality trembled constantly. "Old Zhang, I'm just scaring people. Don't take it seriously. You should understand what I mean, right? Scaring these son of AB*. Suddenly, there are 9 more paragons. Let me ask you, are you afraid? If these idiots put all their attention on the land of boundaries, then that would be even better. No matter how many catacombs powerhouses went, the same number of catacombs powerhouses would die. The land of boundaries was incomparably dangerous. This was not an exaggeration. The periphery was slightly better. Once they entered the inner area, Fang Ping felt that no one could survive. Some catacombs powerhouses had entered the land of boundaries. Those were also dilapidated land of boundaries. Those that existed now were all intact. Fang Ping suspected that they were like the current Xuanda Grotto heaven, where powerhouses were guarding. Just as Fang Ping's words fell, an earth-shattering loud noise suddenly came from the direction of Mount Royal Sea. The ultimate battle had erupted. Ha ha ha! The 9 patriarchs can actually come out of seclusion? I thought they were already in seclusion. Turns out they aren't. Nan Yun Yue, kill! Guardian Shin, join forces and kill these 2 fellows. Rumble! In the direction of Mount Royal Sea, the loud rumble traveled thousands of miles away. Fang Ping was stunned. Was old Zhang stupid? Motherf***, was his hint not obvious? At the same time, in the direction of Mount Royal Sea, King Huai roared furiously, "How dare you! Bastards! Even if there are 9 more true kings, so what? It's enough to kill you." Boom! The towering Mount Royal Sea was trembling. While Fang Ping was in a daze, Zhang Tao had already beaten King Huai until he kept retreating. In the nearby area, the ultimate battle had erupted. Some of the high ranks who had just arrived were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Tao was cursing in his heart. "Kid, I'm completely shameless. You're finished this time. 3 of the ultimate powerhouses are fighting for you." Of course, he knew that Fang Ping was lying. Since he had already put on an act, he might as well make it look real. What was there to be afraid of? It was not bad to kill some high-ranked martial artists while he was at it. After a few of them fought for a while, Nan Yunue suddenly shouted, "Stop! Fang Ping, this bastard actually. Zhang Tao, you actually told him such a top secret?" "I didn't say it." While the 2 of them were talking, King Maple shouted, "Do you really think we'll believe you? King Wu, do you really want an all-out war to break out now?" "So what if I did? I was just joking just now." "What patriarch? I just want to kill you. If I kill you, I'll be profiting." Zhang Tao began to deny that there were patriarchs again. However, the more he did so, the more aggrieved King Maple and King Huai felt. Honestly, whether there were patriarchs or not, they were also not sure. There might still be living people in the boundary zone. It could only be said that it was possible. However, Could they really contact King Wu and the others? They did not know. At this moment, the two powerhouses did not have too much time to think about the outer boundary. The few desperate realm experts fought, and as they fought, the number of spatial cracks in the sky above Mount Royal Sea increased. After fighting for a while, Zhang Tao had already beaten King Huai's flesh to the point that it was starting to crack. At this moment, in a faraway direction, someone suddenly shouted, "Enough!" The next moment, someone else said lightly, "What's the hurry? Sooner or later, we'll fight to the death." Temple Master, Old Li. Both sides stopped at the same time and did not attack again. The two voices just now also disappeared in an instant. No one spoke anymore. Zhang Tao snorted coldly. "If it wasn't for suppressing Heavenly King stopping me, I would have killed you today." King Huai gritted his teeth and said, "You try." The Temple Master has already come out of seclusion. So what if it's suppressing Heavenly King? The so-called Temple Master was the master of the true King Hall. Although he was not the master of the true kings, he was recognized as the strongest true king in the monster plant's royal court. He might not be inferior to suppressing Heavenly King. When these two powerhouses spoke, a few people also did not have the mood to continue fighting. Zhang Tao glanced around with his peripheral vision, feeling satisfied. Not bad, 7 or 8 high-ranked martial artists were killed. The rest were far away from the passageway and would not be able to rush over for a while. As for that kid Fang Ping, good luck. I've really done my best this time. The ultimate battle has already erupted. If you still die, then don't blame me. Zhang Tao noticed those high-ranked martial artists who had died. The others really did not pay much attention. At the same time, 18 southern territories. The powerhouses on both sides were somewhat restrained when they fought. This battle, both sides were somewhat helpless. From a battle of one territory, it had become a battle of killing sides. From a battle of killing sides, it had become a battle of the ultimate battle. In the direction of Mount Imperial Sea, the earth-shattering roar made both sides somewhat worried. Once the ultimate battle broke out, it was no longer a battle of one territory. Everyone here could die. As for Fang Ping, he had roughly guessed some of old Zhang's thoughts. At this time, while both sides were restrained, Fang Ping also began to make small moves. Nothing else. He kept signaling Old Man Li with his eyes. "Come on in. You're almost crippled, and you're still fighting." Old Man Li looked like he was almost a few hundred years old now. His body was lifeless, and he was still fighting to the death with a rank 8 powerhouse. Humans still had the advantage in rank 7 and 8. Even if Old Man Li did not participate in the battle, there would still be people who would stop him. Old Man Li probably saw it, or maybe he sensed it. Very soon, he broke away from the battle and flew toward the inner circle. When he flew to Fang Ping's side, the old man said weakly, "I can't protect you anymore." He really could not protect him anymore. He was too good at stirring up trouble. Because of Fang Ping, a battle that was agreed upon not to involve any paragon had erupted into a battle between 5 paragons in the end. It was too scary. I'm only a rank 8. Even if I can kill a rank 9, I can only kill one. That's when the time, place, and people are at the right time. Now you've provoked so many of the ultimate powerhouses. Everyone wants to kill you. How can I protect you in the future? Fang Ping did not waste any more words. A huge mass of imperishable matter surged into his body, mass after mass. Watching Old Man Li's lifeless state disappear, he said helplessly, "I didn't want this to happen. It's all your fault. You provoked 6 rank 9s to hunt you down out of nowhere. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. If I didn't come, why would they all want to kill me? Really, how old are you? Why do you have to cause trouble? Get lost." Old Man Li almost vomited blood. "Don't you know how I provoked 6 rank 9s? Fang Ping did not care about him anymore. Instead, he looked at the powerhouses at the outer circle and roared, "Everyone, don't worry about the consumption of imperishable matter. Kill them. I'll replenish it for everyone. The patriarch has given me a lot. Everyone, you don't have to use it sparingly anymore. Wu Chuan and the rest perked up. They roared, kill! Kill all these beasts and celebrate. There were still 18 rank 9s in Sino Nation here. None of them died, including old man Li who joined the battle again. There were 19. Guo and Quan and the other 2 counted as 1-2. There were a total of 20 rank 9s. On the other side, there were only 23. The key was that in terms of rank, 7 and 8 martial artists, humans' advantage was getting bigger and bigger. If this went on sooner or later, they could kill all those rank 7 and 8 martial artists and surround and kill these rank 9s. As for the extraterrestrial reinforcements, they were still far away from here. Even if they had already entered the passageway, it would be difficult for them to rush over without a few hours. As they erupted, Fong Ping focused on being a healer. Whichever side was in a tense situation, he would roar, "Retreat, I'll come to the rescue!" In the catacombs, the life essence of a few demon plants had been depleted previously. Right now, there was no life essence to replenish it. One side was getting stronger as the battle went on. The other side was getting weaker as the battle went on. In less than 10 minutes, Fong Ping realized that the ranking was still reliable. Zhang Weiyu roared. A ray of light that pierced through heaven and earth rose, piercing a rank 9 powerhouse's skull with a spear. A rank 9 who was killed in the truest sense had appeared. This was the first one. What happened before were all accidents. Old Zhang's split body, the suppressing Heavenly King's suppress formula. Nan Yunua's breakthrough. These were actually unexpected factors. Both sides had been fighting for about 12 hours, and the first rank 9 had died. With one less rank 9, the other party was even weaker. Almost all the rank 7 and 8 martial artists were killed. Among them, the rank 7 Li Hansong and a few others performed extremely outstandingly. Fong Ping felt sorry for Li Hansong. He was almost being used as a brick by the old Wang duo. Fong Ping saw with his own eyes that Yao Qingjuan's mentality controlled Li Hansong, smashing him into the battle circle of a few rank 7 martial artists. He really smashed them. Not only did he smash them, but the 2 of them did not stop there. They attacked as one, unleashing big moves without a care for their lives. They did not care whether Li Hansong was inside or not. Li Hansong's divine armor was awesome. It could even block the space cracks. At most, he could just consume his life essence to replenish it. Fong Ping had a lot of good stuff here. He could replenish it. Seeing that the catacombs' powerhouses were decreasing, Fong Ping breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was not that dangerous anymore. In reality, because of the decrease in manpower now, there was already an empty passageway. Fong Ping, however, refused to leave. He looked at Ji Yao in the crowd and shouted, "Seniors, kill Ji Yao! She dares to intervene in the war between humans and Monster Plant Clan. Kill her!" After saying that, he added, "She has a rank 9 divine weapon. Don't let her keep the divine weapon in the Sanjiao Gate." In the crowd, a few powerhouses who did not have rank 9 divine weapons were instantly envious. Zhao Xingwu roared, "Guys, help me stop her. I'm going to kill her." Outside, Ji Yao's expression changed drastically. God, General Hulei, who came with her, was fighting with Jiang Yuanhua at this time. Seeing the situation, he roared, "Your Highness, leave! Leave quickly!" The situation was already reversed. Fong Ping had just experienced the feeling of being killed by everyone. At this moment, he shouted, "Kill her! Even if you don't kill her, you have to capture her as a hostage. She's the key figure of Monster Life Royal Court here. Capture her. I'll see who else in Monster Life Royal Court dares to make a move. If she dies, Life King and Monster Life Royal Court's master will not let these guys go." The Forbidden Catacombs had 12 cities. Monster Life and Monster Plant Clan each had half of the cities. In total, 10 rank 9 martial artists had died. Most of them were from the Monster Plant Clan. 12 powerhouses from the Monster Life clan, plus Hulei, who came to protect Ji Yao. Of the 13 rank, 9 martial artists from the Monster Life clan, 3 had died, and there were 10 left. Following Fong Ping's words, the expressions of those Monster Life royal court powerhouses changed. Ji Yao, that was the Life King's granddaughter. The Life King was also the master of Monster Life Royal Court's True King Hall. His position was similar to that of the previous Monster Plant clan's master. If Ji Yao died here, they would also be in big trouble. At the back, Ji Yao began to retreat slowly, staring at Fong Ping with a face full of hatred. Fong Ping sneered. "What are you looking at? Don't run. Aren't you very arrogant? Seniors, kill her. Kill her. No, capture her alive and bring her back to Earth. She might be of great use. I heard that the master of Monster Life Royal Court has no descendants. She's his only daughter. I think he has a son? Ji Yao, do you have one? If you do, I won't capture you alive. You're useless. If you don't, you still have some use. If I capture you alive, I can spare your life." While Fong Ping was talking, Zhao Xingwu was already charging toward Ji Yao with bloodshot eyes. Hulei, who was still fighting with Jiang Yuanhua, roared, "Heaven's Royal Court, escort Her Highness back to the Forbidden Zone. Divine General Huaiyu, nothing must happen to Her Highness. If something happens to Her Highness, all the agreements between the 2 royal courts will be terminated." The Divine General under King Huai's command had an extremely ugly expression. Hulei and the others were going to retreat. Not only were they going to retreat, but they were also going to bring the other Monster Life Royal City lords and guardian monsters with them. If they left, they would definitely die. Hulei was still reliable. He did not run away with his people without saying a word. At least he discussed it with him. But looking at the situation, it was useless even if he did not agree. Hulei would not watch Ji Yao get into trouble. Unable to accomplish anything but good at spoiling things, Huaiyu cursed in his heart. This Monster Life Royal Court's Highness was really unable to accomplish anything but good at spoiling things. Without her getting in the way, how could things have developed to this point? Before this, she was also the one who insisted on killing Fong Ping. He had already forgotten that he was the one who asked Hulei and the others to kill Li Changxing in the beginning, borrowing Fong Ping's name. But later, if Ji Yao had not insisted on killing Fong Ping, causing the powerhouses besieging Nenyunyue and the others to decrease significantly, how could the current situation have occurred? The Martial King's mentality avatar was powerful, but at that time, everyone gathered together and joined forces to resist. There was no way to cause the fall of 2 rank 9s. Thinking of this, Huaiyu became even more furious. Useless. Really useless. Before coming, he swore solemnly, gritting his teeth, looking like he would definitely kill the other party if Fong Ping was here. Now he wanted to run? If he did not have the ability, then don't come and get in the way. Huaiyu exploded in anger. In the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, King Huai had actually heard it too. His mentality detected that Fong Ping was pressing forward with people step by step, insisting on killing Ji Yao. King Huai was silent for a moment. This battle was lost again. 3 times. All 3 times were ruined by Fong Ping. Fong Ping, King Huai chuckled. At this moment, there were still 22 rank 9 powerhouses left. He had suffered heavy losses this time. Out of the 5 divine generals who entered, 3 were dead. There were 2 left. Including the one who had not entered, there were only 3 left. They were brothers in hardship with the Maple King. However, the Maple King's 17 southern territories did not suffer so much. There were 2 divine generals left. Out of the 12 Monster Plant clan rank 9s in the 18 southern territories, only 8 were left. The remaining 2 were divine generals from the other true kings of the royal court. Including the 10 from Monster Life clan, there were a total of 22. In such a short time, 10 rank 9s had died in battle. All below the true king were ants that depended on what kind of ants they were. Rank 9 was not really insignificant. If they could kill the powerhouses among the resurrected martial artists and continue to consume the martial king and the others' indestructible avatars, their deaths would be worth it. If not, then there was no need to make a fearless sacrifice. King Huai paused for a moment, seeing that the people from Monster Life Clan were about to forcefully retreat. He suddenly looked at Zhang Tao and said calmly, "I lost the bet. 18 Southern Territories, 12 Royal City mineral veins. All the high ranks evacuate. What's the harm in giving them to you?" Zhang Tao said thoughtfully, "What about the middle and low-ranked martial artists and ordinary people?" "Up to you." King Huai said it coldly. He did not care about millions of people in a city or tens of millions of people. If they died, so be it. The restricted area did not lack these people. He was ready to give up the outer territory and recuperate. 3 times. 3 failures, causing him heavy losses. He lost 2 rank 9s in Monsterwood City, 3 divine generals, and the outer territory. Now he set his sights on the remaining 8 rank 9 Monster Plant Clan powerhouses in the 18 Southern Territories. If he could completely subdue these 8 rank 9s, the forces under his command would skyrocket again. When the war fully started, he could lead the forces under his command and reap great benefits in the land of rebirth. After 3 times he had lost all his face. He did not mind losing it again. In the next 2 to 3 years, he did not plan to let the powerhouses under his command participate in the war. Beside him, Maple King gritted his teeth and said, "King Huai, there's still a chance. 3 of my god generals have arrived." Arrived. That meant they had arrived at the passageway. King Huai pretended not to hear it. "Nonsense. Your people have not arrived yet. If Ji Yao and the rest ran away, then he would be a commander without an army." At this time, King Huai continued to look at Zhang Tao and said coldly, "I have given up the 18 Southern Territories. King Wu, are you going to kill me?" Zhang Tao laughed. "Of course not. King Huai is so reasonable. Don't play your little tricks anymore. King Wu, true king powerhouses in Divine Land and the Land of Rebirth, you are the most shameless. Are you trying to buy time and continue to kill my people?" While the two were talking, Ji Yao and the rest were fighting and retreating. Sino Nation's morale skyrocketed, killing a large number of rank 7 and 8 martial artists. At this time, Fong Ping began to kill those rank 7 martial artists. When they besieged Fong Ping, there were more than 20 rank 8 martial artists and more than 50 rank 7 martial artists. But now there were less than 20 rank 7 martial artists and less than 10 rank 8 martial artists. Zhang Tao did not care. He snorted and said, "King Huai, don't slander me." He nagged for a while. King Huai's face was livid. He said angrily, "Then let's fight to the end." In just a short while, a Monster Plant Clan rank 9 was killed. Seeing that he was about to explode, Zhang Tao shouted, "Stop the chase! This battle is over." "Minister, what are you afraid of? Kill them all, don't let Jiao go. Even if the war is over, the defeated should surrender. If the divine weapon is not left, we will not let it go easily." Fong Ping roared in dissatisfaction. King Huai suddenly laughed. "King Wu, how about we make a deal?" "Let's hear it. Give Fong Ping to me. When the war breaks out, if Divine Land wins, I can protect millions of people in the Land of Rebirth." Zhang Tao's pupils shrank. After a while he laughed. "I need to think about this. Don't rush, King Huai. I will talk to you after I think about it. But what Fong Ping said makes sense. Let Ji Yao hand over the divine weapon. Otherwise, she will not be able to leave the 18 Southern Territories." Zhang Tao said coldly, "Tiger King, since you're here, there's no need to hide anymore. If you still want to reap the benefits, behave yourself now. Don't think that we don't know what you're thinking. Ji Yao will join the war and leave the divine weapon in exchange for her life. A rank 9 divine weapon in exchange for her life. It's not a loss." In the void, a figure slowly appeared, glancing at Zhang Tao. Soon, he said telepathically, "Ji Yao, leave the divine weapon." "Grandpa Tiger King." At this moment, Ji Yao was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Grandpa Tiger King actually wanted her to hand over the divine weapon? She could not accept it. "Ji Yao, listen to me. It's just a rank 9 divine weapon. It's nothing. Come back." Grandpa Tiger King, Ji Yao's face was full of grief and indignation. Suddenly, she threw the divine weapon and left on her phoenix without looking back. Behind her, Fang Ping took the divine weapon and laughed. "Ji Yao, you're really my good partner. Every time I meet you, something good will happen. I can't bear to kill you. If you give me more heads and divine weapons next time, I won't kill you." "Fang Ping." Ji Yao suddenly turned around and shouted, "Don't be too arrogant. One day, I will definitely kill you." "Ha ha ha. Who in the world can kill me? Ridiculous." Fang Ping let out a loud laugh. At this moment, he continued to shake. Although this battle did not completely kill these catacombs powerhouses, the 18 southern territories were conquered. When conquering a territory, even if there were no giant mines, it was nothing. If a territory was rich in energy, how many martial artists could come and cultivate? This place was rich in resources. How many pills could be produced? Some small mineral veins would definitely be left behind. In addition to taking over the royal city, there would more or less be good stuff. This battle, the harvest was so huge that it could not be any more. When humans conquered a territory, there might be more than 1 million martial artists. This was the profit of war. Fang Ping laughed out loud. He laughed crazily and viciously. He laughed at the catacombs powerhouses. Everyone remembered this laughter. Fang Ping. At this moment, all the catacombs high ranks remembered this fellow deeply. The next time they met, as long as there was a chance, they would definitely kill him. Fang Ping was wantonly in high spirits. Even when he heard 2 loud snorts, he still looked indifferent. Since they had already provoked him, there was no use pretending now. If worst comes to worst, next time I will change my aura and even my face. Can you recognize me? Do you really think I am that stupid? Until the catacombs high ranks left, Sino Nation powerhouses looked at each other, their faces full of disbelief. It was over. This battle ended faster than the last Tiananmen battle, and the losses were smaller. A total of 11 rank 9s were killed. A rank 8s killed more than 20 people, and a rank 7s killed 40 to 50. Now it was over just like that, and since the outbreak of the battle until now, a total of about 13 hours had passed. No, the real outbreak was when Fang Ping came to the catacombs. From start to finish, less than 2 hours, the powerhouses looked at each other. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little strange. Why was it that every time Fang Ping participated in a war, it was somewhat unacceptable? Just as they were silent, Fang Ping said calmly, "I am already bankrupt. Each of the rank 9 grandmasters here owes me more than 50 billion. It's time to mention it." The atmosphere was getting more and more strange. Genius in a second. Remember this site's address. Mobile version. Chapter 680. Just as Fang Ping brought up the issue of the debt, there was silence for about 3 seconds. The next moment, Wu Chuan suddenly shouted, "Victory! Victory! A great victory in the forbidden catacombs, a blessing for Sino Nation, a joy for mankind. Nanchang has advanced to the apex. Congratulations to Nanchang. Congratulations to the South." A burst of loud cheers and applause drowned out the silence that Fang Ping had caused earlier. What debt? Was this the time to talk about such things when they were victorious? Was this the time to spoil the fun? Be happy. As a result, the dozens of master stage masters were overjoyed. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and cheered loudly. Their voices shook the sky as they moved towards Wan City. It was time to clean up the battlefield. He had no time to listen to Fang Ping's nonsense. Behind him, The corners of Fong Ping's lips curled up. Beside him, Li Hansong shook his head and said dryly, "Fong Ping, it seems like they want to renege on their debt." Fong Ping sneered. "It's fine. Do you think they can deny it?" Li Hansong thought for a long time and shook his head. There wasn't much hope. How could it be so easy to renege on something that Fong Ping had lent out? These old men and women were going to line up and write IOUs one by one. Who knew if these people's harvests would all be negative in the future? Li Hansong felt that these people wouldn't go back on their word. At the side, Wang Jinyang said faintly, "Take it easy. You owe too much and can't pay it back. It's the most convenient time to get rid of the creditors." Fong Ping chuckled. "You can't say that. If the creditor doesn't collect the debt, why would he do such a thing? When the creditor comes to collect the debt, it will definitely be a violent and forceful collection. At this time, who cares about that?" Everyone's expressions froze. "You're good. So you're going to wait until you're stronger before forcefully urging them to pay up? What about Nan Yunhua? No matter what, he's still at the absolute peak. Are you sure you can do it?" Fong Ping did not think much of it. He just had to wait. It would happen sooner or later. Fong Ping did not continue talking about this. Instead, he looked at Li Hansong and sighed softly. This fellow kept shaking his head. Could it be that old Wang and the others had smashed him until he had a concussion? He was already convinced. Why did you have to hit your head every time? Ignoring him, Fong Ping looked at his own data and sighed. Although he didn't go bankrupt, the expenses this time were incomparably huge. Wealth, 160 million points vitality, 12,000 calories, 21,280 calories, mentality, 1,200 hertz, 2,322 hertz, power of destruction. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 1,000 cubic meters plus, energy barrier, 1 point/minute plus aura simulation, 10 per minute plus. Before he entered, he already had 360 million wealth points. He spent a total of 200 million wealth points. Nan Yunyu alone had spent 100 million. Old man Li was also a gold-swallowing monster. Previously, he had almost depleted his vitality. In order to replenish old man Li's lost vitality, he had spent close to 20 million wealth points. The rest of the money was spent on the Grandmasters. More than 10 rank 9s and hundreds of rank 7s and rank 8s only spent 80 million wealth points. In comparison, Nan Yunhua was also a gold-swallowing monster. All the wealth he had gained from his trip to the domain boundary had been used up. Just as Fong Ping was thinking about these things, Zhang Tao's voice came from the direction of Mount Royal Sea. "Clear up the battlefield. Everyone retreat." The forbidden catacombs was about to be sealed. At this moment, the 4 true king powerhouses, King Huai, King Maple, King Sunflower, and King Tiger, had all rushed over, ready to collect the mineral veins. Zhang Tao had ordered the human powerhouses to retreat because he was worried that these fellows would kill these Sino-nation powerhouses while they were at it. If they were really killed, they would all be dead. Even if an ultimate battle broke out, it would be useless. At this moment, Zhang Tao, Qin Gaiyang, and Nan Yunhua were also guarding the passageway, temporarily preventing these true kings from entering. Opposite them, King Huai's eyes flickered. He actually had the idea to go in and kill Fong Ping while he was at it. Unfortunately, the true kings of the land of rebirth had strong defenses. King Huai's mentality covered the 18 southern territories once again. Zhang Tao did not agree to the previous conditions. At this moment, King Huai suddenly said, "Martial King, I can actually not collect the 12 mineral veins." Zhang Tao's pupils contracted again. King Huai said lightly, "I will keep the 12 mineral veins. The land of rebirth will be left to Fong Ping. The 3 of you, please consider it. The 12 mineral veins are enough for you to nurture millions of martial artists." Zhang Tao suddenly laughed. You don't have the final say. These mineral veins are not yours. The mineral veins in the outer territories were not King Huai's. These mineral veins actually had owners. Of course, it was not a big problem for King Huai to make 2 or 3 demands. Beside him, King Maple said coldly, His Highness will agree. Martial King, he's just a commander level. Even if he's really a true king, what can he do? I hate him for killing my son. Are you really not willing to use a whole territory in exchange for his life? King Huai said thoughtfully, 12 giant mines. In addition, I promise that no one from the restricted area will enter the 18 southern territories within 3 years after your land of rebirth migrates humans into the 18 southern territories. I can still do this. Martial King, are these conditions enough? Zhang Tao laughed. Not enough. The few true kings' expressions changed slightly. King Huai laughed. It seems that Martial King values him enough. Fine. Send an order to all the outer territories. Anyone who kills Fong Ping will be rewarded with a rank, 9 divine weapon, a huge mine, 1,000 caddies of the Fountain of Life, a true king's ultimate art, Martial King. This order is equally effective in the land of rebirth. After today, all the outer territories will receive the news, including the martial artists of the land of rebirth. I guarantee that whoever kills Fong Ping, no matter who, will be able to safely obtain these rewards. Zhang Tao was indifferent and silent. Nan Yunyue snorted coldly. Do you think that humans are comparable to you? Ha ha ha. King Huai did not care. He laughed loudly and said happily, Then I'll wait and see. The reward for killing Fong Ping was sky high. No one below the true king would not be tempted. The catacombs' powerhouses would be tempted. Human powerhouses. Would there really be no one who would not be tempted? King Huai chuckled and continued, including the previous matter of sheltering the resurrected humans. I will also send an order to all the regions and inform the true kings. I really look forward to the true kings who will deliver Fong Ping's head in a few days. Ridiculous. Zhang Tao's face was indifferent. Unexpectedly, King Maple suddenly laughed. Inform the true kings of the ancient Buddhist sacred land and the 10,000 pagodas world. I think there might really be some unexpected surprises. The two of them spoke one after another, playfully and wantonly. No matter how important Fong Ping was, he was still just a rank 7. If these conditions were thrown out, they might really see a big show. Although King Wu was strong, he was not the only leader of the land of rebirth. The real leader of the land of rebirth was the suppressing king. Not only the suppressing king, but the 6 great holy lands of the land of rebirth. The suppressing king was not the only one who was stronger than King Wu. Among the 3 great holy lands of the gods, the ancient Buddhist sacred land, and the 10,000 pagodas world, the leader of the gods, the first ancient Buddha, the great pharaoh, these 3 people were probably stronger than King Wu. Even the suppressing king might not consider it. Zhang Tao was no longer indifferent. He chuckled and said lightly, Why the rush? Give me some time to consider. Maybe. I will agree. Beside him, Nan Yunyue and Chen Gaiyang glanced at him. Zhang Tao did not say anything. You want Fong Ping, right? Sure. This little bastard's cultivation speed was very fast. I really can't wait for this kid to reach the peak. I'll restrain my aura. I'll really throw him to you. When that time comes, let's see if you still want him. Throwing a peek into your lair. Zhang Tao was looking forward to it. Too bad Fong Ping was not a peak. Otherwise, Zhang Tao would agree now. No need for any protection. Give me a few hundred divine weapons, dozens of mineral veins, and I'll give them to you immediately. Thoughts aside, Zhang Tao was calculating in his heart. That kid Fong Ping could not enter the catacombs for the time being. He could not go abroad either. Otherwise, there might be some peak powerhouses who would be tempted. Using a rank 7's life in exchange for these, in many people's eyes, was worth it. Not thinking about these anymore, Zhang Tao used his mentality to probe again. At this moment, Wuhan City had already started to evacuate. Wuhan City. Everyone started to clean up the battlefield, especially the monster plant that Nan Yunhua had killed. Now, a few rank 9 powerhouses had also transported it back. A few rank 9 powerhouses were extremely envious. Beside them, Fong Ping scanned around and nodded slightly. It looks good. It's preserved quite well. I should be able to forge a rank 9 divine weapon when I bring it back. There's still some life essence left, but it doesn't seem to be much. After saying that, Fong Ping began to pick up a huge crystal bottle and began to collect the life essence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wu Chuan could not help but say, "That's Nan Yunua's." "I know." Fong Ping chuckled. "I'll keep it for Nan Yunhua first, lest it overflows." Fong Ping did not care about them. He would collect it first and think about it later. When the time came, it would be Nan Yunhua's interest. After collecting the life essence, Fong Ping turned around and called out to Old Man Li, "Instructor Li, you carry the monster plant. We have to help Nan Yunhua keep it safe." Old Man Li was all smiles. He went forward and snatched the broken monster plant from the rank 9 powerhouses' hands. This thing belonged to MCMAU. Everyone was speechless. Now that this thing was in these guys' hands, could Nan Yunhua really take it back? After cleaning up, Zhang Weiyu did not care about this anymore. He said, "Let's go. We're going out. We'll discuss how to take it when the minister comes back." Everyone spoke one after another, preparing to leave. At this moment, Jiang Yuanhua suddenly said, "I think I forgot someone." Everyone looked at him. Jiang Yuanhua said slowly, "That kid Qin Fengqin came in earlier too, but he left early. I don't think he's back yet." Because Jiang Chao was delivering something to Qin Fengqin. He saw Qin Fengqin coming in. However, that guy ran away before the battle of the high rank started. Now, no one knew if he was still alive or dead. When he said that, Fong Ping was a little surprised. "Qin Fengqin came here?" Yes. Fong Ping really did not know about this. He was a little speechless. "The battle is over, but that guy still hasn't come back. Don't tell me he's done for?" As they were talking outside the city, a figure flew in quickly, laughing loudly. "Congratulations to the humans for a great victory. Sino Nation for a great victory. Congratulations to Vice-Chancellor Fong for shaking the catacombs with your might. Congratulations to the humans. Congratulations to Vice-Chancellor Fong." The person who came was Qin Fengqin. This guy had started sucking up from afar. Everyone did not care about this. Instead, they looked at him. No, at his head. Fong Ping mumbled, "What happened to him?" "I don't know." Li Hansong looked dazed too. Very quickly he said, "Fong Ping, he won't torment himself to death, will he?" Right now, Qin Fengqin's situation was too strange. A big golden core was floating above his head. There was a tree growing on the golden core, hanging on his head just like that. It was extremely strange. Not only Fong Ping and the rest were dumbfounded, but Wu Chuan and the rest were also dumbfounded. After a while, Zhang Weiyu seemed to have noticed something. His expression was stiff as he said, "He'll torment himself to death sooner or later. This guy. Are all MCMAU people like this now?" Old Man Li frowned. "We're not like this." Zhang Weiyu snorted. Wu Chuan, however, frowned and said, This kid better not torment himself to death. Don't give him too much pressure here at MCMAU." Fong Ping still did not quite understand. He frowned and asked, "What's going on with him?" Wu Chuan was speechless. "The celestial bridge is mutating blindly. When the mentality materialized, the celestial bridge couldn't be unleashed because of the lack of mentality. It's stuck." "Stuck?" Fong Ping was dazed. There was even a saying that it was stuck. I also mutated at that time, but I didn't see it getting stuck. Beside him, Zhang Weiyu added, "I don't know what this kid is doing, eating blindly. It seems like a middle-ranked underworld lunar trees demon core, right?" Yes, he couldn't have been bewitched by someone, could he? Swallowing a high-ranked underworld lunar trees demon core might allow a person to advance to rank 7, but swallowing a middle-ranked one is more likely to mutate. Well, he's already mutated Celestial Bridge, and now he swallowed the underworld lunar trees demon core. Great, now the demon core and the Celestial Bridge have fused. This is bad, he can't even retrieve the Celestial Bridge. Fong Ping swallowed and said, "Can't retrieve it." It's not that he can't retrieve it. The key is that his mentality isn't strong enough. Now that all the messy things are entangled together, he can't retrieve it. When his mentality is stronger, maybe he can. While they were talking, Qin Fengqing flew back, beaming with joy. Seeing everyone staring at his head, he chuckled and said, "How is it? Cool, right? I've also reached rank 7. Everyone was speechless. Were you sure? How was this guy rank 7 now? A martial artist who was stuck in the middle of mentality materialization was almost unheard of. MCMAU was full of trouble. Li Changsheng was like that, Fong Ping was like that, and now there's Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing did not care about this, saying happily, "I thought I had to kill a rank 7 underworld lunar tree. I didn't expect that killing a rank 6 underworld lunar tree could actually help me break through." Everyone was speechless again. Fong Ping hesitated again and again, but still did not speak. "All right, if you think so, then so be it." Instead, he asked Wu Chuan telepathically, "Can he still advance with this?" "Depends on luck, it's hard to say. But how do I put it in martial arts cultivation? As long as the general direction is right, it's fine. As for the minor direction, it varies from person to person. If his willpower is strong enough, he should still be able to think of a way later. However, this big golden ball planted on his head will probably have to be maintained until he's truly rank 7 before he can retrieve it into his body." Fong Ping was speechless, glancing at Qin Fengqing. This guy was still so happy. His strength had probably really improved. As for the big round ball on top of his head, he did not really care. The key was, could you not always eat random things and mutate randomly? Qin Fengqing did not care about them, smiling widely as he moved closer to Fong Ping, saying, "Fong Ping, how much did you earn this time? I heard that a few paragons want to kill you. Did you earn a lot?" "Not much. Not much." Qin Fengqing probed. 500 billion is the least, right? Fong Ping had not entered the catacombs for long. He felt that he had overestimated Fong Ping. But after thinking for a while, he said again, "Trillion? Don't tell me it's really a trillion." Fong Ping said lightly, "It's really not much, and I've spent most of it. There's only 10,000 caddies of rank, 9 energy stones left, and about a few trillion in debt." Qin Fengqing's tone was sluggish. Then he smiled widely, saying, "Amazing, really amazing. Fong Ping, I've also reached rank 7 now, and I'm also a grandmaster. Next time you have a big deal, call me along. Ironhead and the rest may have broken through earlier than me, but they might not be stronger than me." Li Hansong and the rest sensed for a while, shaking their heads helplessly. "Are you really F** King rank 7? This should be considered a real half-step rank 7, right?" There was actually someone who was stuck halfway through his mentality materialization. He had to give it to him. Qin Fengqing had tormented himself to this extent. Fong Ping was also helpless and did not want to discourage him anymore. This guy's willpower was strong enough, and he was thick-skinned enough too. He would not care even if he had a big golden ball to plant trees. When he reached rank 7, naturally he would be gone. But after thinking for a long time, he still said, "Don't really look for a rank 7 to fight." "What? It's nothing. You take it easy. You know what you're doing. Whether you're rank 7 or not, you decide." Fong Ping did not say much. This guy was not stupid, and he probably knew that he had a problem. Now that he was trying to get close to him, he probably wanted Fong Ping to help him solve it. The key was, Fong Ping did not know how to solve this situation. He would ask old Zhang later. Everyone no longer cared about Qin Fengqing. Although many people looked at the top of his head strangely, no one said anything. After tidying up, not everyone left. A few rank 7 martial artists were left to guard Wuhan City, and the rest all left the catacombs. Forbidden City. Li Zhen had been waiting outside the passageway. When he saw Fang Ping and the others coming out, he looked at Fang Ping first. After a while, he said, "You've exceeded my expectations again." When Fang Ping wanted to go in earlier, he really did not think that Fang Ping could change anything. But now, it was proven that this guy's other abilities aside, his ability to attract hatred was top-notch. He had seen a part of what happened in the Forbidden Catacombs. The people who had evacuated earlier had told him some of it. These 2 guys, Fang Ping and Li Changxing, had lured away too many rank 9s. This was the reason why this battle ended so quickly, and they achieved a great victory. In addition, Fang Ping had taken out a large amount of imperishable substance. This was also the most important reason, the reason why King Huai was not in the mood to continue fighting. Without saying anything more, Li Zhen looked at the others and said, "Everyone stay here for a while. When Minister Zhang and the others return, we'll discuss what to do next." Having said that, he looked at Fang Ping and said, "You and Li Hansong, don't be in a hurry to leave. All right." Fang Ping nodded. Very quickly he smiled and said, "Commander, you can return my books to me now." Li Zhen swept a glance at him. This B***starred was too practical. Without saying anything, an animal skin book and a crystal book appeared in front of Li Zhen and floated toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping seemed to keep them quietly, but his mentality started to wander. Li Zhen's face turned green. This kid was counting the number of books. Mother***cur. I've already given them to you. Do you think I'll covet a few of your books? With a humph, Li Zhen disappeared on the spot instantly. If Zhang Tao did not return, he did not want to talk to this guy anymore. Li Zhen ran away, but Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. Li Zhen did not take the promissory note from before. If that was the case, maybe he could take it back again? No, he could not. His ability was too weak. How about selling the note to old Zhang? With old Zhang's character, after getting the note, he might go to Li Zhen to ask for some benefits and extort a sum of money. When the time came, he did not know if he could share some with him. Li Zhen, who had already left, naturally did not know that Fang Ping would have such thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely smack him to death. Someone actually wanted to extort him. It was not that he had forgotten about the note, but with so many people here, he was too lazy to mention it. Moreover, he did not think that Fang Ping had other intentions. P.S. Sorry, I've been in the car all afternoon. I've arrived at MCMAU's old home. This chapter was written in a hurry. I still had to eat at night. The next chapter would be a little late. It might be the second chapter. Genius 1 second to remember website address. Mobile version. Chapter 681. Forbidden City. The battle had ended, but it was not the time to celebrate. Zhang Tao, Nan Yunhua, and the others had yet to return. There was still a chance that something unexpected would occur. Fang Ping and the others were waiting in the Forbidden City. While they waited, the details of the battle in the Violet Forbidden City quickly spread out. Currently, only the most powerful experts knew about it. Xishan Catacombs. Xishan City. When he heard that the 2 true kings had given up on the battle and were bent on killing Fang Ping, he was shocked. Grand Master Fang Yu sighed deeply and said with difficulty, "Do I really have to give up the surname passed down by my ancestors?" It didn't feel good. How dangerous. The old man pondered for a long time and suddenly said, "Why don't you call me Mr. Yu in the city from now on? Don't call me Master Fang anymore." Fang Yu felt that it was safer this way. The catacombs' true king must be very sensitive to the word Fang now. Chen Gaiang, who was guarding the West Mountain catacombs, was not considered powerful among those at the pinnacle. He might not be a match for the Maple King. If King Huai and King Feng were together, it would be even more dangerous. Li Yiming rolled his eyes. This old man was too afraid of death. Li Yiming couldn't be bothered with this uncouth old man. He sighed and said, "Amazing." He was really amazing. For rank 9s had just died in the Shishan catacombs, and he turned around and went to the Forbidden Catacombs, ending the Battle of the Forbidden Catacombs. They had run 2 catacombs in a day. Most importantly, they had run 1 catacomb, and a group of rank 9s had died. From now on, we might not be able to see this fellow's shadow in the catacombs anymore. Just as he finished speaking, the Maple King rushed back from the West Mountain catacombs and bellowed, "The 17 southern regions heed my command! Heavenly Plants, Royal Court, and Destiny Royal Court orders. From today onwards, Fong Ping would definitely kill anyone who encountered him in the 108 outer territories. The 2 royal courts will be rewarded with 2 9th-grade divine weapons, 2,000 liters of Spring of Life, a true monarch's absolute art, and a true monarch of their choice in the True Monarch Hall to preach for 3 months. As you command." At this moment, all the rank 9 experts in the 17 southern regions roared. Some level 9 experts were even trembling with excitement. A 9th-grade divine weapon, a true king's ultimate technique, a true king's lecture. For a level 9 expert, this was a godsend opportunity. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to step into the true king realm. As for who the true monarch absolute art belonged to, whether belonged to a living true monarch or a fallen true monarch, no one cared. It would be even better if he died. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to walk the path of a fallen true king. Those who were still alive were still incredible. They could use this opportunity to peek into the true king's Tao. Even if they couldn't walk this true king's path, their battle prowess would still increase greatly. Li Changsheng was able to kill a rank 9 not only because of the unification of 10,000 Tao, but also because he had learned the void-piercing sword technique. That day, Li Zhan had offered a price of 100 billion, which was really free. Even so, Fong Ping had bargained to 25 billion. Li Zhan was already being extremely magnanimous by not smacking him to death. This order is the same for martial artists who have been resurrected. The True King Hall promises to treat the revived martial artists as the same and keep their identities a secret. As soon as he said this, the expressions of Fong Yu and the others in the direction of West Mountain City changed dramatically. Damn it! Fong Yu was enraged. You should be punished for your evil intentions. He believed that if he heard it here, the other catacombs would most likely hear it too. Initially, he thought that the 2 true kings had reached their limit when they wanted to kill Fong Ping. He did not expect it to be the 2 royal halls, and even the true king's hall had passed. The truth was as Fong Yu had expected. On this day, Fong Ping really became famous. It was not just the Sino nation's catacombs. Even the catacombs abroad had heard the voice of the catacombs' true king. He must kill Fong Ping. Both King Maple and King Huai did not expect True King Hall to agree so readily. Originally, both of them only wanted to put up a bounty for Fong Ping in the nearby regions. However, when the news was reported to the True King Palace, a comprehensive arrest warrant was quickly issued. A true king powerhouse had been resurrected, could restrain his aura, could change his aura, cultivated for more than 2 years, entered rank 7, possessed large amounts of imperishable substance, and was suspected to have entered the bounded domain several times. Such a martial artist should be killed. He must be killed. This person might be an important person who was related to both the Land of Rebirth and the Land of Rebirth. There were even some experts in the True King Hall who guessed that the Demon Emperor had been revived. Demon Emperor. Even some of the younger true kings in the catacombs did not know about this title, but many of the older true kings knew. When they heard that the Demon Emperor had revived, the True King's Palace of the 4 great imperial halls quickly reacted. Not long after, the news was verified. Fong Ping was known as the devil in the Land of Rebirth. Demon King, Demon Emperor, whether it was a coincidence or not, Fong Ping must die. In the catacombs, there were true king powerhouses who had lived for more than 1,000 years. Now, it was year 1040 of the God Continent calendar. Very few people knew that the opening of the God Continent calendar was related to the battle that year. Although the battle 1,000 years ago was not as famous as the battle in the Land of Kings battlefields, nor was it as famous as the Demon Emperor's War of Gods, there were people who had personally experienced this battle. These people had experienced that era. They knew how terrifying the Demon Emperor was. Now, the resurrected powerhouse who was suspected to be the Demon Emperor had returned, along with the older True King powerhouses shouting the name, Demon Emperor. Maple King and Huai King's initial plan of putting Fong Ping on the wanted list in the nearby territories had become 108 territories in an instant. Moreover, a great war was about to begin. At this time, the restricted areas were willing to sow discord among the humans. The Martial King protected Fong Ping. The newly promoted True King powerhouse, the Moon King, was indebted to Fong Ping. With the protection of two great kings, killing Fong Ping would be very difficult. However, if there was an internal strife among the humans, the Martial King and the Moon King would become estranged from the other True King powerhouses, or even fall out with each other. That would be even better. As long as Fong Ping died, whether he died at the hands of the humans or not, they could use this as a pretext to stir up suspicion among the Land of Rebirth powerhouses. Once there was an internal strife among the Land of Rebirth powerhouses, that would be an opportunity. This day had a huge impact. Fong Ping's name resounded throughout both worlds. In the Magic City catacombs, Wu Quishan wanted to cry but had no tears. Trouble was coming. Everywhere else had their own reactions. In the Forbidden City, when Fong Ping received the news from everywhere, his face was full of grief and helplessness. I am wanted in 108 territories. Even if it's a bounty, it doesn't have to be like this. Why don't I chop off my own head and send it to them? At least I can exchange it for some benefits. What Demon Emperor resurrected? Nonsense. I have nothing to do with the Demon Emperor. The catacombs could get news from the human world. Humans could also get some news from the catacombs. Regarding the news of Fong Ping being the Demon Emperor Unquestionable Jian's resurrection, the catacombs did not seem to hide it. Very soon, the news reached Li Zhan. At this moment, Li Zhan rushed over again. He stared at Fong Ping for a while and said with some uncertainty, "That day in the Hall of Myriad Origins, you really didn't sense anything?" "No." Fong Ping said angrily, "Unquestionable Jian is unquestionable Jian. I am me. What do I have to do with unquestionable Jian? If I can't even destroy the catacombs after living for more than 2,000 years, then I've lived in vain. Can unquestionable Jian compare to me? We're not on the same level at all." Li Zhan felt that his temper had improved a lot today. Otherwise, he would really want to kill this bastard. Unquestionable Jian was a powerhouse who had taken 3 great paths. The suppressing heavenly king who had taken 2 great paths was already hailed as the first paragon. It could be seen how powerful a powerhouse who had taken 3 great paths was. It was understandable that the catacombs were afraid that Fong Ping was unquestionable Jian's resurrection. Fong Ping, on the other hand, had an attitude of looking down on unquestionable Jian. This made Li Zhen very tired. If that was the case, even though this kid was respectful to him, in reality, he did not take him seriously at all. He was not even as good as unquestionable Jian. Li Zhen did not want to say anything else. After a while, he said coldly, "Zhang Tao hasn't settled the 18 southern regions matter yet?" He did not want to bother with Fong Ping anymore. When Zhang Tao returned, he would take Fong Ping's cultivation method and then throw this bastard far away. In the future, Sino Nation's catacombs would completely seal him off. As for how his strength would improve without the catacombs, nonsense. If this kid had a cultivation method and did not lack imperishable substances, he could improve rapidly by cultivating in seclusion. It would also prevent him from causing some big trouble. Right now, this guy was hated by everyone. He was more annoying than Li Zhan. At least he had the corresponding strength. Others would not dare to provoke him. However, This kid was a rank 7 martial artist. He did not have the strength to crush everything. Who else would he kill if not him? Li Jian talked about Zhang Tao. Very soon, Zhang Tao returned. Not only Zhang Tao, but Nan Yunhua also returned. As soon as she returned, she quickly gathered everyone for a meeting. In the side hall, Zhang Tao waited for Fang Ping to enter the door. He chuckled. Not bad at all. You're famous. You're famous. I won't be able to protect you in the future. Good luck. Don't. Fang Ping looked helpless. He cried out, Minister, don't you know who I'm doing this for? It's for everyone, for humanity, for Sino Nation. Why does it seem like it's my fault now? I'm so wronged. Zhang Tao chuckled. You can't say that. I didn't ask you to scold King Huai in the catacombs, did I? You were the one who insisted on scolding him. King Huai was so angry that he almost vomited blood. I didn't ask you to say that you were resurrected from a paragon, did I? You insisted on saying that you even shouted Paragon Strike. I didn't ask you to say that there are patriarchs in the catacombs, did I? You insisted on saying that you even contacted 9 Paragon patriarchs. As Zhang Tao said this, the powerhouses present could not help but laugh. This kid put on such a cool act before. Was he scared now? Fang Ping could be considered to have created history by putting a rank 7 on the wanted list in the 108 catacombs territories. It was unprecedented. Fang Ping said gloomily, Didn't I do that to attract King Huai's hatred? Otherwise, how could I make King Huai send people to kill me? Enough! Zhang Tao pressed his hands together and did not continue this topic. He said casually, Don't enter the catacombs. Don't go abroad. What's the big deal? In Sino Nation you can't die. Fang Ping's expression was ugly. If he did not enter the catacombs, where would he get wealth? Without wealth, how could he cultivate quickly? Without wealth, who knew how many people here would have died? Zhang Tao ignored him. He also felt that Fang Ping needed more time to cultivate. After saying this, Zhang Tao looked around and said, This time, King Huai lost the forbidden catacombs. Before this, he had already moved away the giant mine and all the high-ranked martial artists, but left tens of millions of catacombs humans. These tens of millions of people are a big problem. This is also the first time we have such an experience. It's different from the Tiannan catacombs. The catacombs in Tiannan catacombs did not give up. Instead, there were restrictions. High-ranked martial artists were not allowed to fight. But here, since these people have been abandoned, it means that they can be killed at will. However, tens of millions of catacombs humans, do they really have to be slaughtered? Kill. Many catacombs humans are ordinary people, completely unaware of this. There are many infants and young children. Martial artists of our generation, even if they are not of the same race, must have different intentions. Even if we can take it seriously, can a group of ordinary catacombs humans do anything to us? If we don't kill tens of millions of people in the catacombs, how can we make the forbidden catacombs our territory? We must not be soft-hearted. In a race war, if we really want to kill, then we can do it. But tens of millions of people, we still need to be careful. Once the catacombs' powerhouses' hatred is aroused, all the cities in the 108 outer regions will mourn. Then we'll be in trouble. Zhang Tao talked about the pros and cons for a while, then looked at everyone and asked, What do you think? Everyone looked at each other. After a long time, Tianmu said in a muffled voice, I only carry out the military department's orders. The commander has the final say. Li Zhen glanced at him. You say that I have the final say at this time? I've never seen you so obedient usually. After thinking for a moment, Li Zhen said, How about this? Since all the high-ranked martial artists have been taken away, then the middle-ranked martial artists, all the rank 6 will be killed. When he said this, Fang Ping somewhat admired this person's decisiveness. Commander Li was quite good at making decisions at critical moments. Actually, in the Forbidden Catacombs, other than one city, the other 11 cities had never fought with humans before. However, at this time, Li Zhen said he would kill them without hesitation. Of course, Fang Ping could not be bothered with this. He had never been too concerned about things that had nothing to do with him. Li Zhen continued, "Arrest all rank 4 and 5 martial artists. Send some to Tian'an catacombs and some for human research." Li Zhen said coldly, "Didn't Tian'an catacombs high-ranked martial artists not participate in the war?" "Then send these middle-ranked martial artists in. I want to see if they will fight for resources and territory, or if they will be absorbed, or if they want to invade the human world. I'm guessing that in order to fight for resources and territory, they're more likely to fight among themselves. Of course, this is just a test. A portion of the 3 lower ranks martial artists will be banished from the royal city to be responsible for pioneering and exploring. A portion will be gathered in the Forbidden Catacombs to build a real martial artist city for human martial artists to train. In the past, it was difficult for the 3 lower ranks martial artists to have the opportunity to train in the various catacombs. The evil sect martial artists have also begun to decrease in the past 2 years. The 3 lower ranks martial artists lack actual combat experience. Even if there are sacrifices, we must create a batch of promising talents. As for the large number of normal catacombs humans, they are responsible for mining and planting medicinal herbs. But there are still too many." As Li Zhen spoke, Zhang Tao smiled. "Simple. Throw them into the restricted area. Open the passageway and send away most of the normal catacombs humans. Whether the restricted area kills or banishes them or doesn't care, that has nothing to do with us. Dead or alive, we didn't kill them. Not every martial artist in the catacombs doesn't care about these normal catacombs humans. If the monster plant's royal court doesn't handle it well, it may cause some trouble. That's the general arrangement. What do you guys think?" No objections. The ministers can make the decision. No one had any objections. Zhang Tao smiled. "Then it's settled. Tomorrow, everyone will enter the Forbidden Catacombs and start to deal with post-war matters. Kill rank 6, capture rank 4 and 5 martial artists, and throw them into the Tian'an catacombs. Banish the normal catacombs humans and create a relatively safe place for Sino Nation's 3 lower ranks martial artists to train." The few of them settled it in a few words without any hesitation. After saying that, Zhang Tao smiled again. "Elder Nan has advanced to Paragon. Congratulations. Sino Nation has given birth to the 15th Desperation Stage martial artist. It's worth celebrating." Everyone congratulated Nan Yunyue. Nan Yunyue responded with a smile. She was in a good mood. Nan Yunyue was in a good mood. She asked casually, "Did I get anything from the rank 9 I killed earlier?" In the crowd, the National Garrison Commander of the Detective Department, Zhong Qinghuan, glanced at Fang Ping and Li Changxing and said, "Fang Ping and Li Changxing are keeping that life extinguishment flower." When Zhong Qinghuan said this, he glared at Li Changxing. There was no other reason. This bastard had snatched her life extinguishment flower. Otherwise, Nan Yunyue had killed the rank 9 monster plants. Now that she had advanced to Paragon, plus she already had a rank 9 divine weapon, she would not need this. The biggest possibility was that he had given it to her. However, this bastard Li Changxing had snatched it from her hands. Nan Yunyue's smile froze. He took it away just like that? That was really fast. Zhang Tao smiled and did not say anything. It was good that he had taken it away. If it was with Nan Yunyue, he could forget about it. However, if it was with Fang Ping, then he could think about it. On the side of the Education Department, there were also a few rank 9 powerhouses. Bei Gongyan, the Wusan Army's commander, and Xia Yifan, the Deputy Minister of the Education Department. The Education Department currently had this configuration: 1 paragon and 2 rank 9s. On the side of the detective department, there was one paragon and one rank 9 commander, Zhong Qinghuan. The military would be much more powerful. Paragon Li Zhen, rank 9 Tianmu, Guoxian Li Deong, as well as Commander Zhou from the military department, who was guarding outside the battlefield. The 3 departments and Paragon had a total of 10 rank 9 powerhouses. As for the 4 main guard manors, the 2 northeast guard manors had 4 rank 9s on the list. Powerhouses who were not on the list, such as Chun Yaozu and Qin Qi, were also from the guard manors. The 2 southwest guard manors were slightly weaker. Only the deputy and the principal were rank 9. On the Sino Nation list, there were 36 rank 9 powerhouses. Axe King died in battle, so there were actually 35. There were 18 rank 9s from the 3 departments and 4 manors on the list, more than half. Besides, people like Wu Quishan, Fan Haiping, and Fong, you could actually be considered as people from the 3 departments and 4 manors. Old Zhang was calculating these things in his heart, wondering if he could get more benefits from Fong Ping. Currently, the rank 9 in the Department of Education, Xie Yifan, did not even have a rank 9 divine weapon. Thinking about it, Zhang Tao was not in a hurry to say it. He quickly changed the topic, saying, "I'm preparing to have someone rearrange the rank 9 list." As soon as he said that, in the crowd, the faces of the 2 presidents of the Martial Arts Association turned purple. At this time, when we are talking about business, you want to rearrange the list? What do you mean? Do you insist on being number 1? Zhang Tao did not care about what they were thinking. He smiled and said, "At this point, something should not continue. Axe King Xing Kaiwen's name should go." After Axe King died in battle, his family did not even dare to hold a funeral. To be honest, we have let these people down. But the situation was like that. We had no choice. We cannot let the situation become unstable. This time I thought about the ranking. Senior Qin Yaozu, Yu, and Senior Qin Qi will be on the list. Family Head Jiang, Yu, Family Head Wei, Family Head Su, and Family Head Li will all be on the list. With that, even without Axe King, there were 41 rank 9 martial artists. Previously, there were only 33 people in the rank 9 ranking list. Later, the number increased, and now there are 41 people. This can also reduce the panic caused by the death of the Axe King. Zhang Tao sighed. Do the same for the other rank 7 and 8 powerhouses who died in battle. For these people, their families don't even dare to publicly announce that their family members have passed away. They know their hardships. They still have to force a smile when facing outsiders. It's not easy. Letting the dead shoulder the responsibility is also our incompetence. Zhang Tao's words made everyone feel a little upset. The reason the dead were included in the list was not to show that these heroes were not forgotten, but to prove the weakness of humanity. Even after these people died in battle, they still had to bear the responsibility. Hearing this, the 2 presidents of the Martial Arts Association hurriedly nodded. They had misunderstood Minister Zhang. Zhang Tao ignored them. Finally, he said, "Even if we win the Battle of Forbidden City, there's no need to make a big fuss about it. As everyone knows, this is a matter that involves tens of millions of catacombs humans. At this time, some people might want to promote the idea of equality for all, but I couldn't be bothered to waste my energy to deal with them. Everyone, go back and have a good rest. Those who need to recuperate, get some rest." Before he finished speaking, Fong Ping asked curiously, "Seniors, you aren't hurt, are you?" As soon as this was said, everyone was speechless. Yes, they were not hurt because their injuries had healed. However, they believed that Fong Ping was not really curious, but had ulterior motives. As expected, the next moment, Fong Ping sighed. "It's a pity. I risked my life to go to the Land of Boundaries and fought hundreds of rounds with the monsters in the Land of Boundaries. I was beaten to the point that my golden body collapsed a few times. Even my core materialization was destroyed. This time I obtained some opportunities in the Land of Boundaries." As he said that, Fong Ping displayed his materialization. Looking at the gold house that was no longer recognizable, some of the grandmasters in the crowd changed their expressions slightly. Before this, they thought that Fong Ping was joking. At this moment, these grandmaster powerhouses' expressions changed again and again. Fong Ping's gold house had a great reputation. After the battle in Skygate City, many people knew about it. They did not expect that even his gold house would be destroyed. Soon, in the crowd, Tianmu sighed. I can't return the imperishable substance that I borrowed previously. I don't have the money either. Don't worry, when I earn enough, I'll return it together with the divine weapon from before. Fong Ping's things did not come for nothing. Seeing his materialization in this state, and thinking about how this fellow did not even have time to repair his materialization before coming to the forbidden catacombs to rescue everyone, many grandmasters were ashamed. Previously, they even had the thought of reneging on the debt. They were really too ashamed to face anyone. Fong Ping smiled. Senior Tian, it was 100 billion previously. Let's change it now. This time, you've used up a lot of imperishable substance. Let's make it 200 billion. Tian Mu smiled bitterly. He did not hesitate. Very quickly, he took Fong Ping's IOU and revised it. Senior Wu, what do you say? Wu Chuan said helplessly, I can't pay it back. You know me. In order to exchange for the divine weapon previously, I handed over all my assets. I'll owe it first. 100 billion. I didn't use that much. The imperishable substance is not a matter of money. Wu Chuan was speechless. He wrote the IOU without a word. Fong Ping did not put away his broken gold house. Instead, he smashed it on Zhang Weiyu's face. Zhang Weiyu was speechless. He began to write the IOU silently. I don't have money either. Putting aside the fact that he risked his life to rescue them, he almost had his materialization crushed. Under such circumstances, they were all unscathed, but Fong Ping was seriously injured. How could he renege on the debt? Zhang Tao and the few other paragons watched, not saying a word. Li Hansong's admiration was at its peak. Look, I knew that these people would not renege on the debt. As expected, I was right. Amazing. P.S. Sorry, don't wait. I'll update the 3rd chapter at around 2:00 tonight. The updates have been unstable for the past few days. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 682. Brother Tian 200 billion. Brother Wu 100 billion. Guardian Zhang 100 billion. Deputy Commander Li 100 billion. Leader Zhao 100 billion. Grandmaster Wang Yu 100 billion. Elder Fan 100 billion. Fong Ping counted the IOUs one by one. Rank 9. That started at 100 billion. More than 10 rank 9s had all written IOUs. Rank 8s were much less, ranging from tens of billions. Rank 7s, about 10 billion. Many of these people had written IOUs because of the divine weapon incident last time. This time it was even more. The final calculation was close to 3 trillion. Fong Ping kept these IOUs and suddenly looked at Nan Yunhua. Nan Yunhua was a little uneasy. Fong Ping chuckled. Chief Nan, it's actually just a hobby. You know that I especially like to collect these. You see, Nan Yunhua was helpless. Yes, it could only be considered a hobby. Just the grandmasters present already owed a huge sum of 3 trillion. Where could they return it? This was not real money. It was equivalent resources. 3 trillion, 30 rank, 9 divine weapons. Where could they find it? Fong Ping said it was a hobby. For a moment, many grandmasters were really ashamed. There was no other way. They were short of money and could not afford to return it. They could only be debtors for once. Nan Yunhua sighed and said, How much? Up to you. Fill in a number. 3 to 5 trillion is not too little, Nan Yunhua sighed again. She did not waste time and filled in a 3 trillion IOU. Fong Ping took it, grinning from ear to ear. He had gotten his first paragon IOU. As for old Zhang, this shameless guy had taken away many of his things. He never wrote IOUs. Zhang Tao saw this and coughed softly. All right, everyone else can go out. Fang Ping, you guys stay. Paragons also needed their dignity. How did this kid, Fang Ping, cultivate? After they left, he could not ask Nan Yunyue for the IOU. Did he have to ask in front of everyone? If he did not give face, he would suffer sooner or later. After the others left, seeing that Li Changxing was still there, Zhang Tao did not say anything. Now that Li Changxing was not here, Fang Ping still had to say it later. Ignoring old man Li, Zhang Tao asked, "Did you really enter the bounded domain?" "Minister, you didn't know?" Fang Ping said in surprise, "Didn't you call that senior?" "I even introduced myself, but before I could finish, you disconnected." Zhang Tao's face darkened. "Do you really think I'm a god? How am I supposed to make a call when we're separated by a domain?" That was the self-reaction of the split body, equivalent to a predetermined program. If you don't use it and don't destroy it, I can still feel some things when I take it back. In the end, it was destroyed by you. How would I know what was going on? Fang Ping understood now. So that was how it was. Fang Ping chuckled. "It's all right, Minister. I've added on a self-introduction for you, saying that you're the guardian of humanity. The seniors in the bounded boundaries are quite happy. I was so happy that I imparted the cultivation technique to you. So strictly speaking, this cultivation technique is still mine." Zhang Tao added. His words almost choked Fang Ping to death. Zhang Tao seemed to know what he wanted to say. He smiled and said, "Let's not talk about other things first. Let's talk about us. If I make a move, I'll give you 1 trillion. You don't have any objections, do you? Previously, Imperial Sea Mountain, the 3 of us at the pinnacle acted for you with our true bodies. It's not too much, is it? That's 7 trillion. However, you did it to save everyone, so your contribution is still very big. But they also wrote you an IOU, so the imperishable substance is considered even. For your contribution this time, I'll reward you 2 trillion. 2 trillion, 20 rank, 9 divine weapons. This is probably Sino Nation's biggest reward. Based on this, you still owe us 5 trillion. As for Ji Yao's rank, 9 divine weapon, the perishment blossoms that Nan Yunyue killed, and the imperishable essence, you can hand them over first. Let's make it 1 trillion. You've overestimated the value of these things. I've already tacitly agreed that they're yours. You should be satisfied with this. Nan Yunyue's 3 trillion, I've returned it on her behalf. Based on this, you still owe me 1 trillion. However, you've also taken a risk in the bounded boundaries. You've even saved a few people from the Chen family. Guardian Chen helped out previously, so half of the cost is considered free. Based on this, we're even." Zhang Tao laughed. "Give me the divine weapons and the perishment blossoms." Fang Ping was dumbfounded. This accounting, Li Zhen was also extremely impressed. Evil people needed evil people to deal with them. Look, after old Zhang came back with just a few words, this bastard Fang Ping was scared out of his wits. Zhang Tao even knew that Fang Ping might use the cultivation method to scheme. As soon as Fang Ping's voice fell, he had already set up an ambush. That cultivation method was actually passed on to him. He was just using Fang Ping to pass it on to him. Fang Ping's expression darkened. Li Hansong and the rest did not say a word. They sat and watched the 2 great villains fight. Fang Ping wanted to say more, but Zhang Tao said sternly, "Actually, I've let go of a profitable deal previously. 12 giant mines, a bunch of rank 9 divine weapons, a true king's ultimate art for me to choose. I just want your life. Fang Ping, I'm not trying to scare you. This is the condition that King Huai and the rest offered. Think about it. If I sell you, won't I not be short of resources at all? So, this time's loss, you have to share half of it. That's 6 giant mines." Fang Ping was so angry that his face turned purple. "So, I still owe you a few trillion? However, you're a hero. I've always treated you like my grandson. No matter what, I won't do such a thing. Zhang Tao sighed and said, It's a pity that I can't do it alone. Can I hold up the sky for you all by myself? Zhang Tao sighed and said, No matter how strong I am, what can I do if I fight 1 against 3 or 5? Even if I kill 3 or 5 true kings, what can I do? Now, only when everyone is like a dragon and everyone is strong can there be a chance to resist the catacombs and save your life. Zhang Tao sighed and said, Forget it. In order to save you, tell me in detail about the bounded domain first. We'll discuss the cultivation method later and see if it's useful. As for the debt, it's just a joke. You said that I'm the guardian of mankind, so it's only natural that I protect you. Fang Ping was about to cry. He was so touched. Old Zhang really knows how to talk. How shameless. I didn't even offer a price. You've already said everything that needs to be said. What else can I do now? To think that I thought you were short-sighted and that a price of 1 trillion was nothing. You've been waiting for me all along. This impromptu strength. I can't even refute it. Seeing Fang Ping's expression, everyone sighed. The older, the wiser. Zhang Tao won. Of course, the key was still strength because Fang Ping could not speak now. Yes, he could not speak. Even the touched look on his face was fake. It was forced out. F***CK. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. At this moment, Fang Ping was completely convinced. There was only one way to deal with old Zhang, and that was to beat him up. Otherwise, even if you could out-talk him, he could make you speechless. This was strength. This was too much. After a while, Fang Ping could speak again. His expression was a little listless. He said gloomily, Minister, don't do this next time. Zhang Tao did not seem to understand. He said impatiently, Get to the point. Fang Ping had no choice but to start narrating. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Tao frowned. You didn't see anyone? No. To be able to trigger a reaction from my split body, he must have the strength of a peak. It's hard to say if he's alive. Zhang Tao said casually. Beside him, Li Zhen replied, That's right. It's hard to say if he's alive. He might even be. Inextinguishable mentality. Nan Yunhua said lightly, You guys already know that as long as his mentality is not extinguished, he is not considered dead. When we kill the catacombs martial artists, we have to destroy their mentality. If a powerhouse's physical body is destroyed, but his mentality is not extinguished, at this time he can actually reform his physical body. Of course, if his physical body is completely destroyed, he will only be left with an inextinguishable mentality. At this time, it will be difficult to recover. Li Zhan said again, but the existence of mentality means that there is still hope for recovery. Lake of Eternity. Lake of Eternity may actually be the place these people use to recover their physical bodies, or even... Li Zhen hesitated for a moment. Or even the Lake of Eternity may be some of the inextinguishable substances left behind after their physical bodies died. They did not come back to life. Instead, they went into hibernation and recovery, waiting to recover their strongest combat strength. The few peerless powerhouses were experienced and knowledgeable. In a moment, they had sorted out these matters. Zhang Tao also nodded slightly. That coercion might be mentality coercion. It could also be origin Dao coercion. This is hard to confirm, but it's actually the same. Origin Dao coercion and mentality coercion are fundamentally different, but it can be controlled autonomously. This means that this half-dead powerhouse exists with a consciousness. Actually, I have thought about it before. It should be like this. In this way, some things can be explained. As he said this, he glanced at Li Zhen. If there really was such an intelligent creature in the boundary zone, then even if the origins of the elders of Star Town were unknown, the martial arts inheritance might have a root. Previously, he did not know too much. He only knew some insider information. It was Li Zhen, the trader of Star Town, who told him. But Li Zhen might not know too much. Now that Fong Ping and the others had personally experienced it and proved some things, it could be used as evidence. Zhang Tao suddenly sighed. Thank you, seniors, for not forgetting the survival of humanity. But why did you not let humans enter before? So much so that, Li Zhen said softly, it might not be that they were not allowed to enter. Perhaps they had truly entered a dormant period before. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Tao reacted. He murmured, That's true. It's been so many years. If they were repairing their bodies before, then they might have truly entered a period of nirvana. No wonder you did not encounter such a situation when you entered before. It seems that their period of awakening is not continuous. Before, we can only say that they were unlucky. Those who entered did not encounter the seniors who awakened. As soon as he said this, Zhang Tao humphed. Since they are awake, the danger is not great. Then how did that person die? Li Zhen did not speak. Nan Yunue said calmly, coveting the second path, coveting the origin, coveting the pure immortal substance of the new body, coveting everything. Then there is an explanation. But some things, let the past be the past. At this moment, the several people confirmed many things. In the boundary zone, if coercion existed, then it meant that the danger was not great. The coercion of the boundary zone was actually only to drive some people away and kill the catacombs martial artists. They did not necessarily have the heart to kill humans. Previously, Qin Fengqing and Li Hansong accidentally entered. Perhaps this was the case. Fong Ping actually understood a lot of things. He said suddenly, if that's the case, when Qin Fengqing and the others were thrown out, them? Zhang Tao smiled faintly. Didn't you say that only Qin Fengqing had entered before? Fong Ping was embarrassed. How long had it been? How could he still remember? Now he was picking on his loophole. Ignoring old Zhang, Fong Ping calculated. If that's the case, it might be because everyone did not have mentality projection at that time, so they could not accept the inheritance and were thrown out. If I had known this would happen, what a pity. I should have gone in and tried that day. Zhang Tao said again, you? How could you enter? Although the boundary zone may not have the intention to harm people, it definitely has the intention to guard against people. Those who are not descendants of the boundary zone or disciples should not be able to enter it. Fong Ping, you said you entered Xuanda Grotto Heaven. You can enter Su Ling Grotto Heaven too. Kid, don't you think it's time for you to say something? Fong Ping said without batting an eyelid, before I was resurrected, I should have gathered the strengths of hundreds of schools and learned their cultivation methods. Or these cultivation methods. The cultivation methods of different boundaries could all originate from me. This will depend on when I am a reincarnated martial artist. If I was in front of the boundary zone, then it means that all the boundary zone came from my inheritance. If I was in front of the boundary zone, then it means that I was a genius in the past, integrating the strengths of hundreds of schools. Minister, are you satisfied with this explanation? Zhang Tao smiled. Satisfied, very satisfied. You are the celestial emperor. Naturally, you are omnipotent. Inheriting from you is also reasonable. Li Zhen and Nan Yunue felt like they were listening to a heavenly book. These two fellows, could they talk about this? Could they even explain it? As expected, Zhang Tao did not pursue this matter anymore. He smiled and said, You went to the boundary zone, and this time, you did collect a lot of useful information for us. You are the person involved, so I won't hide it from you. There might really be some powerhouses in the boundary zone, but they should be the half-crippled and half-dead kind. Actually, they can't leave the boundary zone, or if they do, they might be targeted and their origin devoured. In order to protect themselves, these powerhouses sealed off the boundary zone. But I believe that they still care about humans and have made a lot of sacrifices for this. Perhaps for more than 2,000 years, it was mainly these people who were protecting us. Of course, I dare not be sure, and I have no way of confirming it. I think you have also heard some things. The old ancestors of Startown maybe are their successors. I still dare not be sure about this. But now there is no need to look into this. The news you brought back has given us a lot of hope and expectation. These seniors might really be completely resurrected. Otherwise, you might not be able to see them this time. After the resurrection, humans will have some more top powerhouses. Of course, we must also be prepared. We can't always think of things as good as we can. Zhang Tao said a lot. Fang Ping listened attentively. After he finished, he said, there are a total of 8 intact boundary zones in Sino Nation. Does this mean that there are still 8 seniors still alive? Maybe. As Zhang Tao said that, he suddenly looked deeply at Li Zhan and said lightly, the place that Li Zhan went to in the past, there is no longer any pressure. Of course, he did not manage to explore to the end. The boundary zone is still sealed, which means that it might not be resurrected, but it still exists. It might have already been resurrected, or even come back to life. Fang Ping's pupils shrank. Li Zhen said in a low voice, Zhang Tao, don't make wild guesses. Zhang Tao laughed. It's nothing to make wild guesses. Let's not talk about this. Fang Ping, I told you all this because I hope that you will understand more. Fang Ping suddenly said, do the seniors know how to take over bodies? Get lost. Zhang Tao suddenly scolded. He was speechless. You have nothing better to do. Stop reading all these strange stories. Take over. When a desperation realm's mentality enters your body, it is not taking over, but you will explode. Take over. If I die, my mentality will not be extinguished. With your weak physique, why would I want to come? In this time, my own mentality can give birth to a body that is the same as my origin. What use do I have for you? To think that you can think of it, and to think that you are a rank 7 martial artist. Can mentality and physique of different origins fuse? Nonsense. Zhang Tao scolded for a while, then scolded. Read less of these things in the future. Don't let your imagination run wild and scare yourself. Martial artists only cultivate themselves, not the other way. Those who walk the second way have no other choice. Otherwise, they will not walk it. There is only one way among all paths. This is the essence of cultivation. Li Changxing's unification of 10,000 paths is in line with this philosophy. Unfortunately, his unification of 10,000 paths is not complete. This is why his vitality is constantly draining away. He was a powerful genius, but now he has become a complete waste. Old Manly was just beside him. He humphed when he heard that, saying slowly, I killed 2 rank 9s. Zhang Tao snorted, saying lightly, I can find the Catacombs King to exchange for the life essence and imperishable substances that you spent for 2 rank 9s, dead or alive. Do you believe me? Old Man Li looked embarrassed. There was nothing wrong with what he said. With the Catacombs King's character, if he really wanted to exchange, the probability of him agreeing was not small. Old Man Li was devastated. He was a little listless. Old Zhang's ability to cut people's hearts was much better than Fang Ping's. Fang Ping had never thought about this. Look at old Zhang. As expected, evil people will be tortured by evil people. At this moment, Li Zhan and Nan Yunhua laughed. No matter how much the troublemakers of martial arts universities tried, when it came to Zhang Tao, they would be put out after 3, 2, 1. Old schemer Zhang Tao. This nickname was not wrong. Compared to Zhang Tao, these people were still a little green. Li Hansong and the rest were silent. If they did not speak, Fang Ping and Old Manly, these 2 powerful people were no match for him. It was better for them not to speak and ask for abuse. Zhang Tao was not in the mood to attack them. These are all off topic. Let's not talk about it for now. Bring us the animal skin book and the crystal book first. As for the cultivation methods that you and Li Hansong have memorized, it's not too late to talk about it later. Fang Ping did not speak. Seeing that Li Zhen seemed to be laughing at him, he snorted in his heart and threw a piece of paper straight at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao glanced at it, then glanced at Li Zhen. Where's the book? Li Zhen, bang! Without another word, Li Zhen slapped Fang Ping directly into the ground. He had tolerated this bastard for too long. Now he had to beat him up. Where's the book? Here it is. Fang Ping did not hesitate either. All the books appeared immediately. He felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. His strength was not as good as others. If he was a paragon, with this piece of paper he could trick Li Zhen until he cried. Now, the paragon did not reason with him. He only asked if he would take it out or not. Old Zhang, Li Zhen, these two paragons bullied me. Fang Ping glanced at Nan Yunue from the corner of his eye. I did you a big favor, but you did not even offer to help. The three of them ignored him and started reading their books. Of course, Zhang Tao did something sneaky. He kept the piece of paper directly and did not return it to Li Zhen. Perhaps he was planning to blackmail Li Zhen later. Beside him, Li Hansong sighed. Today, Fang Ping was completely defeated. He had worshipped Fang Ping before. Now that he thought about it, strength was still the most important. Strength was the way of the king. No domineering. No matter how good his mouth was, it was still just a mouth. Think about it, Fang Ping had it so bad. He was wanted by the catacombs, bullied by old Zhang, slapped into the ground by Li Zhen. Forget it! In the future, he would focus on martial arts and become stronger. He did not need to learn Fang Ping's tricks. Fang Ping ignored him and looked at Old Man Li. You're not going to help me? Li Changxing closed his eyes and rested. Don't look at me. It's useless to look at you. You're in trouble now. I can't handle it anymore. You're always talking about paragons. I'm already so old. I don't want to be buried with you. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Tao said softly, I've underestimated the martial artists of the ancient martial era. They have their own specialties. They might not be stronger than us in combat, but some of their tricks are not weak. At least, we can't create a seal like the one in the bounded zone. If we could put it at the entrance of the catacombs. That would be much easier. What a pity. Minister, stop lamenting. What are these books talking about? Some basic knowledge, including the cultivation methods of the 3 middle ranks and 3 lower ranks. It's useless even if you know this. The useful ones are those crystal books. Out of the 10 crystal books, 6 are martial arts related knowledge, and the other 4 are relatively important information. Fang Ping was speechless. Fang Ping was speechless. If I remember correctly, these 2 are all about gossip. Was that important? Zhang Tao ignored him and continued. The 6 crystal books record in detail the future cultivation paths of rank 6 martial artists. After rank 6, how should we go? First, normal cultivation, which is to cultivate mentality and physique at the same time. Second, focus on cultivating mentality with the physique as a supplement. Third, focus on cultivating the physique with mentality as a supplement. Fourth, unite all paths, which is Li Changxing's path. This is the cultivation method of a genius. Rank 6 golden body is at least comparable to the strength of a first refinement golden body. Use the golden body to fuse mentality, completely fusing mentality into the golden body. Fifth, unite all paths, which is also the path of a genius. Before rank 7, mentality materializes and vitality force fuses with mentality. In other words, vitality force is converted into mentality, and mentality is mainly used for attacking. Zhang Tao glanced at Yao Qingjun and Fang Ping, saying, If both of you lived in the ancient martial era, you should be able to take this path. What about the last path? Zhang Tao pondered for a moment, saying, The last one. I'm not too sure. The book doesn't explain it very clearly. In general, it's to cultivate the internal and then the external, with the internal as the main and the external as a supplement. Zhang Tao gave a brief explanation, saying, The book's introduction is actually quite simple. This is also just a choice for rank 6 martial artists. Let's see which path the rank 6 martial artists will choose in the end. If they choose, then it's settled. The book does have some ways to help you walk this path. This is still quite useful for middle-ranked martial artists. Xuan de Grotto Heaven is very inclusive, listing all the cultivation methods. Unlike Li Zhen, who brought back useless books, Zhang Tao said, giving Li Zhen a blow. He continued, Xuan de Grotto Heaven gave its disciples 6 cultivation methods. This means that they might have all kinds of cultivation methods. Beside him, Li Zhen frowned slightly. In my opinion, Xuan de Grotto Heaven may not be as strong as other grotto heavens. Too many means not being proficient, not being focused. Zhang Tao, actually, I'd rather Xuan de Grotto Heaven only have one cultivation method. Zhang Tao sighed softly. Naturally, he knew this. However, things had come to this. Was he still going to be picky? In the next moment, Zhang Tao looked at Fang Ping and Li Hansong, saying in a low voice, both of you might have inherited 2 different cultivation methods, or maybe 2 of the 6 paths. Fang Ping was instantly overjoyed. There was no other reason. At that time, he was looking for a cultivation method that combined 10,000 paths into one. However, logically speaking, Old Yao should have obtained a cultivation method that specialized in mentality. Why did he not? Could it be that the senior in the bounded domain was not a powerhouse in this aspect? Xuan de Grotto Heaven's powerhouse, who specialized in mentality cultivation methods, had fallen? At this moment, Fang Ping had a bad feeling. Li Hansong might have obtained a cultivation method that specialized in the physique. This could be seen from the test. The senior in Xuan de Grotto Heaven might have been a powerhouse who specialized in the physique. No matter what, Fang Ping still hoped that it would be effective. Even if Xuan de Grotto Heaven's cultivation method might not be the strongest in everyone's eyes at this moment, Fang Ping did not need it to be the strongest. In fact, the cultivation of the cultivation method still needed a hint. Grasping this hint, the few paragons present might be able to deduce a more powerful and focused cultivation method. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website.